That is Alex Pretti, is my understanding.
And then all of a sudden, the camera goes down, and so we can't see what led up to
Warning.
Comes back with the interaction starting, with the confrontation starting. So we missed those crucial moments.
So there were two people, one person shoved down, and then you'll see Alex Pretti has
Yep,
moved
I
into
shot a
this
disarmed
area
man.
of
Literally
detention.
execute him in the street here today at 9 a.m. This is the video.
Well, it appears there that Alex is actually trying to pull the woman with the backpack away from the scene. I think he tries to do that, and then it gets separated, and then you see the struggle, and ultimately you hear the shots fired.
Multiple shots fired.
3 shots.
So, and then we weren't
Look
able
at him just
to
laying there.
ask
Look at him.
officials if
Fucking
there were
cowards.
body
God
cam,
damn it.
videos available
This
on
is
any
the
of the
Gestapo,
agents,
yo.
because they only took 2 questions at a news conference this
This
morning.
is the
All I
Gestapo,
can say is that
man.
I've been out there to many of these scenes, and I have seen Border Patrol with body camera.
Day after the
I've seen
biggest
agents
peaceful
usually do not
protest,
have
I
the
went
body
down there
camera on
and
them,
that was
but I
crazy.
have seen Border Patrol that have
A lot of
them.
us
I
out.
don't
It was
know
cold as hell,
if
but
this case
felt
they
good to
did
be
in
out.
fact have them, but we'll find out. We'll certainly get more
Yeah,
details to come here.
I think
And
we have
it
to
is
have the
hard
state
because we
pull the
get
National Guard out
more
and arrest
information
ICE
from one
agents.
side and not equal information from both sides. So we're missing a lot of
It's
questions from
we're being
Department of
very,
Homeland
very
Security,
peaceful
ICE, Border
as
Patrol, that kind of
citizens of
thing.
When it doesn't
Minnesota
match,
and
that's
Minneapolis.
when it becomes difficult to try to
Absolutely,
sort
yeah.
out.
They want to
Okay,
bait
well,
us into
what is the information that is
violence
objectively
so they can declare
confirmed
martial
during
law
this
and all
moment?
that
We have
stuff.
Rob Olson, who is waiting for this news
Tough
conference
not
with
to.
the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
And the narrative
This
they're
is the
spinning, like
third
I've been watching the
agent
news again
involved
all
shooting
day,
in
and
Minneapolis as a part of
I've been, let
Operation
me click here,
Metrosurge,
stop
Rob.
this.
And the BCA during
Record
Renee
that.
Good's shooting, they were initially
Yo.
told they could be
Yeah,
put
I've been
down, and the next
recording all
day
the
they were
news
told
live
the
as this
FBI
shit
would
happens, so
investigate
that way
independently. So
I have a
just kind of
record
walk
of
us
it
through
and the
what you've
narrative
been
doesn't get
told about today's
changed,
press
stored
conference.
offline.
Well, yeah, in about
Mind you,
10
remember I've
to
been
12
reading
minutes or
Big
so, we're
Brother
expecting Drew
1984
Evans, the
on
superintendent
here,
of the
so
Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, to address us here at the State Emergency Operations Center. This is where Governor Walz and public safety
all those
commissioner Phil
people
Jacobson spoke a little bit
supporting
ago,
this whole
and
ICE
the
thing.
commissioner had
Oh
mentioned what
boy,
had happened out
you
there at
guys
the
are going to be on the
scene
wrong side of
today.
history. I can tell you
And
that
the
for
BCA did respond. The governor
100%. No matter
indicated
what
that the
happens in the
state
future
will
here,
investigate
you're
this,
going to be on the wrong
saying that
side, even if you
he did
win or
trust the
lose,
federal
whatever,
government
how the
to have
future
a
goes.
clear, transparent investigation, that the state
Just
will
know
do
that,
it.
yeah,
The commissioner
you're the
said
bad
the
guys. Are
BCA
you the bad guys,
alleges
meme? Yeah, you
investigators
are.
were there initially blocked from the Department of Homeland Security
Like,
from
there's
accessing the
more,
scene, and then after
people are
federal
more
agents
afraid
left as they
of
tried to do their
going in
work
public in
because
Minneapolis
of the kind
than
of
we were
this
ever were. And not
the
because of
out there in terms of
violent
stability
thugs
of
or
the situation.
criminals. Nope, because
Those
of federal
investigators then
agents
had to leave the
cosplaying as,
scene.
or
So
not
we
even
got
real
Drew
federal
Evans here,
agents,
Drew
just
Evans, the BCA
people
superintendent,
cosplaying as
who will give
ICE,
us an
basically.
update on how this investigation is going, what
I mean, look
exactly
at that.
did happen today
If
in
a
terms
citizens
of
does
their
this, if we were to go to
investigators
shoot ICE
going
and
out
do
there,
that,
the
we'd
responsible
instantly, well, probably be
instructions
dead
they were given by
or
the
instantly
Department of
be
Homeland
arrested.
Security.
Where the fuck's that
What
person that
happened
shot
next,
a
and what
dude?
will happen next from this point on
You
is
know?
they say that they will be investigating this. How does that look? What are they able to get access to? What
Well, the
are they
video
able
evidence
to
is
get
pretty damning
access
no
to
matter what
today in
narrative
terms
they
of
try to
the
pull.
actual scene of the
They,
shooting?
the guy
What
that
are
they
they able to
shot
get
literally
access to in terms
disarmed
of cooperation from the Department of
quite a few
Homeland
moments
Security?
before he
As you
shot.
mentioned,
So
if
he's
the
literally,
fatal
and
shooting
they're
of Renee
pepper
Good, we
spraying him
were
directly in the
told only about a
face.
day later
I mean,
that
my
he would
God,
not be,
the
they would
fucking
not
national
be sharing
media, you are
information with the
complicit in this.
BCA
I will not
investigation. The
forget.
BCA at that point, Drew Evans,
All you
was very
anchormen,
insistent
news media
that
people
they
out
didn't
there
feel like
with
they could do a thorough investigation, but they are helping
the producer in your
the
ear,
county attorney
you sold your
gather
souls out.
evidence
You
for
sold
her
this
own
country out. You
investigation.
sold
But
out
again,
democracy
here,
for just your job,
governor
you
insisting that the
cowards.
state, the BCA, will
Fucking
be
cowards.
investigating this, and
That's
we
why I
hope to
have my
learn as
stream
we
with
get an
nobody
update from
watching,
Superintendent
because
Evans what
at least
that
I
looks
say it how
like
it
in this
is.
scenario where they were not allowed access to the crime scene
Look at this. It's a peaceful
initially,
protest.
and
I bet you there'll be
then
nothing.
there were some issues with securing it with the growing
Too
crowds
cold
out
for
there
outside
after
agitators
that.
to be
So
even
again,
out
that
in this
update
weather.
coming
So
here,
that's like,
scheduled for right around 3
was
o'clock.
proven in the
It'll
George
be
Floyd
interesting to see,
protests that most of the violence and the
without
destruction was
having
caused by
access
outside
to the agents
agitators,
that were
Proud
there
Boys,
to
and they were
interview them,
convicted and put in jail
how
even.
they put the case together, because that's the
Forget that
situation that
people
the
don't
state
want to
is really
follow
not
up on
allowed
what
to
the shit
interview
is
the
in
agents.
time.
How can you objectively do this without all of the resources? And these are the big questions, and the tug and pull that's going on between local and federal resources.
America, it's time to wake up.
So
We are literally on a path to be
they said yet.
the bad guys and starting to already become the bad guys. I don't know.
Many news conferences I've been with Drew Evans.
I'm not going to be
is
complicit in
certainly
that.
Always open to taking questions, often limited on what he can address, especially in the hours after an incident that they've begun investigating.
Oh, by the way, Trump has dementia. We all need to just, he needs to not be in power anymore. He's like the modern day Ronald Reagan, basically.
Or this is something that I can't discuss because
It's crazy. That's why he's, people wonder why he has such mood swings. That's part of dementia. Like, before my mom had, we had adjusted her medicine, she would have very angry outrages. It's like a sad thing about dementia.
We also want to hear from Greg Bovino. It was a Border Patrol agent that actually fired his gun this morning. So we had a news.
It's crazy. Oh, we'll see if my stream freaks out here or not. Some days it does. Oh. Okay, so we can check some other channels here. It's funny, lately, the local Fox News channel for us in Minneapolis is more objective about news than even Carrie 11. Carrie 11, man, oh my God, I've been watching that and CBS and ABC. Well, ABC's a little better than CBS, but holy shit, it's like literally watching the book 1984 at the beginning of that world happening here. Like the complicity of how the news anchors are literally just driving narratives that are not true if you actually exist here.
Are coming from, but yeah, peaceful is how I would say this is right now. People are talking.
But the best way to watch it is live, like when they're on the ground. It's their emotions, these people without anyone really in their ear yet. They haven't had a narrative be driven yet or created by the news corps, like Sinclair Media, whoever it is, or Hubbard.
To kind of encapsulate what we're seeing right now, guys.
Like these two chicks, man, screw these chicks. I was watching them earlier. I just had to go back to Fox. The way they're trying to spin it, like somehow this guy was, coming up brandishing his weapon. So this is like, for me, it's like 2FA people out there. Dude, where are you?
Yes, yeah. I've seen some folks with the logo.
Like they just shot a guy that's legally allowed to carry a firearm who didn't even have his firearm drawn or anything, holstered. And then they literally disarmed him, and moments later shot him 3 times at least, from what I can tell by that's the sound in the videos.
Kind of outside of this intersection right here.
Sure, Ian, of course, it's not as though it's an organized effort necessarily, but it is good to see that it has really calmed down.
Just
it does
like,
look fairly
man,
peaceful behind you, and that
I don't
is
get
good
it.
news for that neighborhood and for the city at this point.
Thank
What
you,
the
Ian.
fuck?
We appreciate it. I do believe
Seriously.
we have the BCA statement that we can call up now, and we are expecting a news conference from them at 3 o'clock. It says the BCA.
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep streaming the local news here as what's happening right now. A recap for anyone that doesn't know what happened. 9 a.m. this morning, ICE just basically executed another white American citizen, 37-year-old ICU nurse in uptown in the Minneapolis area, South Minneapolis area.
Some of these news conferences have been running a little behind, so we will take you to that.
Guy had a legal concealed carry permit and had a 9mm concealed, holstered, was fully disarmed. Moments later, was shot 3 times.
On the death of Alex Pretti, they're saying we are deeply concerned by this morning's reports that a federal law enforcement operation in Minneapolis resulted in the fatal shooting
Another one.
of 37-year-old Alex Pretti by federal agents. According to
Rest in
local
peace,
officials,
Alex,
the man
man.
was
You're
leaving
like, he's an
behind. The
ICU
firearm was
nurse
recovered at
too.
the scene, and he's
And he wasn't even trying to
rifle
do, he
runner
was
and
just
permit
filming with
to
his
carry
camera and trying to help the lady out in the
Many critical
backpack.
facts
And they,
remain
what do they do? They
unanswered
fucking
as the
spray him
true
point
shooting,
blank
we
with
would say
fucking
right now.
pepper
We do
spray.
not yet
What a
have an
fucking bunch of
independent account of
cowards.
what initiated the
Can we buy
encounter or
pepper
what
spray and can we
triggered the
spray
use
them
of
back?
force.
Like, is
There's
that
been
allowed?
widespread
Because
speculation regarding
it
intent,
seems a little
as
unfair,
there
the
have been
rules
no
right now and
evidence
how
that he's
we're operating
articulating
with
an
these
intent to harm
motherfucker,
the
Gestapo
officers. We're
motherfuckers.
calling for a full
They're
and
allowed
transparent investigation
impunity
by both
when
state
we're
and
allowed,
federal authorities.
required to be
Every
restrained.
peaceable Minnesotan has the
Ooh.
right to keep and bear arms, including
I
while
think the
attending
government needs to
protests,
do is needs
acting as
to,
observers,
call out the
or
National
exercising
Guard
their First First Amendment rights.
and then have them actually arrest ICE agents for violation of constitutional rights and fucking war crimes, basically, for what they're doing right now.
Minnesota Gun
Or I
Owners
don't know.
Caucus.
It's going to get to the
That is
point
the
eventually.
statement that they
We can be
released
peaceful
just hours
protesting and
And we are
resisting
getting
for so
statements from
long
across the political
passively,
spectrum. We have
but there
heard
comes a
from
point
some
where
of
things get
Minnesota's
shit
Republican leaders
escalates.
as well,
And
responding not only to this shooting,
as you
but
can see from
to made
yesterday,
statements that
in
Governor
30 below
Walz
weather,
has
there's over
made.
50,000
Let's see if we can
Minnesotan,
pull those up. This is Tom
Minnesotans
Emmer,
out
congressman who
protesting
represents
in
Central
negative
Minnesota
30 below
District. The
weather.
governor and local leaders' rhetoric
Yeah,
has
that was a
empowered
vibe.
criminals
I'm
and
glad
put
I
law
went.
enforcement's lives at risk. It's
I've been feeling like
dangerous
I
and it's
needed to
made
do
the
something.
situation in Minneapolis much
I
worse.
felt so like
Unlike
helpless,
my
and I'm like,
Democrat
I gotta do
colleagues, I'm
something.
going to let
So
law enforcement conduct their investigation and not jump to asinine conclusions.
I'm not drinking tonight,
We are
though.
grateful no Border
I
Patrol
give it up drinking
officers
forever.
were
I think
harmed.
after
I believe we also
the
have a
last stream I
statement
did, I
from
drank,
Lisa Damuth,
oh my
who
God,
is
like a
the
glass, half a glass
Republican
of like
leader of the
good
Minnesota
whiskey,
House,
Johnny
and
Walker
also
Blue
is
Label or
running for
whatever,
governor
and
of Minnesota. Lisa Damuth
I was
says,
hurting for a
"Today we
whole
had
day and a
another
half
tragic
after
loss of
that.
life, and I'm
Like,
heartbroken
oh
for the loved ones
God.
affected." As we saw yesterday,
And then I made
thousands
some
of
stupid
Minnesotans were
posts
able
on
to
social
peaceably
media. I'm like, yep,
demonstrate
that's why I quit drinking,
peacefully, I should
because
say,
it's
demonstrate without a
bad.
single incident.
Maybe like some really bad beer,
Unfortunately,
but
there are still too many
I need to get my
political
coffee.
leaders urging direct confrontation, including the attempted disruption of law enforcement operations and throwing of dangerous objects. These dangerous tactics put lives of officers and the public at risk. We can have protest. We can have lawful monitoring of ongoing law enforcement operations. But it's going to take leadership at all levels of government to turn down the temperature. I spoke earlier this week with Vice President Vance, who expressed both publicly and privately a sincere desire to foster better cooperation between the federal government and state and local officials. But that cooperation is what has been called into question all day long by the BCA and Minnesota officials who are saying that they are unable to work with the FBI to investigate this. Let's also hear from Amy Klobuchar.
It makes you
Senator
wonder
Amy
what happens
Klobuchar,
if,
a
let's say,
Democrat. There has been another
a,
shooting involving
a
federal
group of
agents in Minneapolis,
citizens
and I'm going to
formed a
give
group
more
of
information and
masked
updates as
people and then
possible
started
from
going and
those
making
featuring in our
disappearing ice out of
in
this
Congress who have stayed
out of the
silent.
state.
Get ICE out of our state now.
Also to point out
I
that
mean,
she is
I don't know why they want to.
papers.
It's like they're trying to set off the powder keg for a civil war in this country for some reason. And nobody wins in a civil war. Not even the winners are losers. Everyone loses. It's like war everywhere, like world conflicts and war. Like nobody wins except for like maybe the super rich people, I guess. But still, they could
And again,
lose
we are
too. I
waiting
mean,
for
there's
a
a
news
lot at
conference
stake,
from
but
BCA.
I feel like the rich people have
Expected to
gotten
start
so
any moment
arrogant,
now, but
thinking
I
that
believe
they're
we're going to go out to
untouchable,
the
that
scene.
they can
Is it Jessica Hart that is
let the
standing
world
by?
burn and
Jessica,
watch it burn
what are
and
you
be
seeing
safe
out
from it
there
all with
right
their
now? Here
automation
in
and
Champaign,
AI and
it
robotics.
seems
But
peaceful.
the reality is we're not there yet.
Yeah, and I do
That's
want
why
to
they're
apologize
pushing
for
for
any
AI so
profanity you
much.
might
They
hear.
invested
I
in
don't
it
want
and
to
they're
get in the
banking
changes,
on it
but
because they
nothing
know
has
they
really
can't trust
changed since we
humans
last checked in. I
in
haven't
their
seen
bunkers,
any
because you know what we
police
do? We
officers,
turn
city
on them.
agents, or state troopers come
It's
back
just
out of
natural.
26 and Nicollet
But
since
then
we
again, you
left
gotta
the scene. If
wonder,
you
they
kind of
didn't
look
think
across
long
the
term
scene
either.
still,
I mean,
you can still
they're
see, you
gonna at
can see
most
now the
last one
barricades
generation.
that
What's the
they're
point of
using.
living
Before you couldn't fit
underground
so
in a
many
bunker
people
your
on
whole
this
life?
side.
Like,
You can see there's
I don't care how
dumpsters,
fucking nice
there's
your
I
bunker
see
is.
mattresses, I see
After
chairs. The
like
people
10
are
years, are you gonna
laying
be
over
sane
from nearby
if it's just
places
you and
to
like
place
7
them
people or
here
something? I
in
don't
this
know.
intersection. They also
Rich
have
people are
25th and
stupid.
Nicollet blocked off.
Fucking
Same thing. They brought
drop them in
dumpsters
any
down,
real world
big, small.
situation
I
and they'd
also see
feel
them brought some fencing
dramatically,
down
horribly,
there as well. And they're trying to
spectacularly,
keep federal agents
brilliantly.
out of this intersection. The speakers that we've heard
Oh,
from
don't
have said
worry,
these are
world.
our
It's
streets,
gonna.
these are our streets. They want
The
ICE
world tends
out
to
of
right
Minneapolis.
itself.
We see
It's
people
like a
kind of
cycle.
recover
Like this is
virtually
we're in a
sitting and
pure shit
observing and
cycle
looking
right
at the
now. I
scene
hope this
until
doesn't
there
go
was a
pure shit
stop
cycle like
sign that
100
they
years
took
ago.
down.
Because I mean,
And some
reality,
dumpsters
if you're really thinking
are
about it,
still
unfortunately,
coming to
comparatively
the
speaking,
scene
that
here. Some people are leaving
we're
intermittently,
like
but
in
there's still more
1930s
people coming.
right
We kind
now.
of had
The way the
Chaplain
world
civilian
is, the
riding with
events. If you
vests. See
look back,
Chaplain on
it's
the back.
freaky,
You see him just
scary,
kind of walking
everything. I
around,
mean, even the
observing,
economy is
making
building up
sure
to like Black
everything
Friday of
stays
1939,
peaceful and everyone is doing okay. We've also
like
seen people
unsustained
in
growth
peaceful
and
observer vests that kind of look
expectations and
bright yellow,
corruption at the
reflective.
greatest
They also
level and
say,
the
don't shoot
normalization of corruption.
on
I mean,
back.
it's
Now,
All right,
these
Jessica,
people have
I'm
then
going
you
to
have
need
World
to
War
hold
II.
for just a moment now
Then
because
you
we
have,
want to head
Nazi
out
Germany
to
rise,
a news
power, and
conference with the
people forget about
BCA in a
Japan
few
and its
minutes.
imperialism and how fucking brutal Japan was, just as bad as the Nazis agencies back in the day.
Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension.
Like that's one thing, it's funny
The
us
public in the state of
and
Minnesota
when we
can
talk about
expect that when
history
a
and
person is
atrocities
killed
of
in one of our
history and
communities,
the horrible characters and actors, you know. We tend to always focus on Nazi Germany as like, well, they're really fucking bad, of course. They did some horrible shit. But yeah, Japan did just as bad shit. Just like the US did just as bad shit too in Vietnam, man. Like, it's sad. Like, I don't get humans.
For years now,
My prediction is in 50 to 100 years, we're going to wish we had more humans because I think we're on a downward trend of world population.
entities like the
Like,
BCA and its
everything, I
commonwealth
feel like we
across the United
skewed.
States.
We peaked
That includes
90s,
incidents involving
late 90s, early
other
2000s, and maybe
high-profile
up to
incidents that
2010s was maybe peak
in the city
humanity.
of
If you
Minneapolis
think
and across
about
our
it,
state and
everything
national
was so
recent
good
months
and so much
and in recent
optimism.
years.
And
Our
oh yeah,
highly
hang on.
trained
Sorry,
independent team
turn myself
of
down.
investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocent, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and were in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding, both in our state and across the country, that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of these cases. An officer-involved shooting is an incredibly complex incident, regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really, truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see that happens in a very short period of time that is often incredibly complex and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a judicial warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How uncharted is that? And have you had any contact? You said that you understand DHS is leading it now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since? It's my understanding DHS is running this investigation. I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that and make that contact and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today. We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene. The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well. Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long-established process of doing that, and we'd welcome that now, where we parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process, so it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have. So the question was about the warrant and then access to the scene. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived at the scene, you denied, you go to the judge, ask for a warrant. So Judge France said you show up with that, and you still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please. Yeah, the question was about, is local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law? I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of illegal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations: local and federal, and then tribal and territorial. Normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership on a variety of different criminal investigations. Each and every day, BCA agents and local law enforcement across Minnesota are conducting violent crime investigations, drug investigations, human trafficking. We work together with the federal government all of the time. This is a situation where we're in a different place for a variety of reasons when it comes to this, and we need to find a path forward. You've heard various people say that we need to look to turn the temperature down. I look to turn the temperature down not only because of a situation that all of us want to be in across the state of Minnesota, to be safe in our homes and communities each and every day, but importantly so that we aren't in a position where there is a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement authorities. We have a long history of working together in partnership, and we need to keep in mind that we're all safer, we're all better together when we can do that collectively together.
One more at the far end and then one more after that.
The questions are, can I confirm the identity? I'm aware of what's being reported. That's who we believe the individual to be, but the medical examiner will be the one to officially identify them, or at least provide us permission to do that. The second part of the question was, do we know the location of the officers involved? And the answer is, I do not know.
That's a problem right there, my friends. If I shoot someone and kill them, I don't just get to go walk around freely. I'm sorry. That's a big problem.
So the question was, have I ever had a situation where federal authorities denied access to a scene? Not in my 20 plus years at the BCA and a situation like that. There's certainly investigations for national security and sensitive reasons we wouldn't have a line of sight into, nor would it be our position to ask for access to information in those particular instances. In instances where there's really concurrent federal and state jurisdiction over a matter, I'm not aware of an instance where that's ever happened. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Some more footage.
All right, you've been listening to Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota BCA, giving an update on their investigation. And two key takeaways from that to me were rather striking. One is he says when the BCA team arrived, the DHS agents on scene blocked them from entering, and they were blocked even after going to a judge to get a warrant to enter the scene, which is not something that law enforcement typically has to do to go to an active scene. And the second was that, to his knowledge, DHS is leading this investigation, not the FBI. And as you know, because we have covered a number of officer-involved shootings, it is very atypical for the agency that the officer worked for to lead the investigation.
I might even say unheard of. He did also, Drew Evans did also say we are in uncharted territory, that they have a long history of working side by side, the federal government. And so this is a very unusual situation. Like you mentioned earlier, we have law enforcement calling out other law enforcement, and that just doesn't normally happen. It's been a while since we've heard from President Trump. We do know that the Governor Walz, did speak with him today, or called the White House anyway, and we do have have President Trump's statement right now, and this is what he said. This is the gunman's gun loaded with 2 additional full magazines and ready to go. What's that all about? Where are the local police? Why weren't they allowed to protect ICE officers? The mayor and the governor called them off, ? It is stated that many of these police were not allowed to do their job, that ICE had to protect themselves. Not an easy thing to do. Why does Ilhan Omar have $34 million in her account? And where are the tens of billions of dollars that have been stolen from the once great state of Minnesota? We are there because of massive monetary fraud, with billions of dollars missing, and illegal criminals that were allowed to infiltrate the state through the Democrats' open border policy. We want the money back, and we want it back now. Those fraudsters who stole the money are going to jail, where they belong. This is no different than a really big bank robbery, much of which you are witnessing is a cover-up for this theft and fraud. The mayor and the governor are inciting insurrection with their pompous, dangerous, and arrogant rhetoric. Instead of the sanctimonious political fools, they should be looking for the billions of dollars that has been stolen from the people of Minnesota, the United States of America. Let our ICE patrol do their job. 12,000 illegal alien criminals, many of them violent, have been arrested and taken out of Minnesota. If they were still there, you would see something far worse than you are witnessing today. Again, that is the statement from President Donald Trump, maybe 2 hours ago now at this point. And again, should point out that the numbers that he's using there, I mean, the fraud is obvious. We have reported on that at length for the last several years here, the fraud that is happening in the state. But talking about the 12,000 illegal aliens and violent criminals that have been taken out of the state, our local law enforcement and our local governments are disputing that, saying they don't know where these numbers are coming from. And we have reported extensively that some of the people that ICE is claiming to have arrested during this operation were already in our jails and our prisons.
Yeah, I think DHS has identified maybe 200. So it's unclear. We just don't know. We just don't know how to confirm that. We want to go out to Kent Erdl, who was just in that striking news conference with the BCA, because so much of the controversy today has been the back and forth between the federal government and state and local officials around cooperation. Who gets to investigate? Who should be leading this investigation? Who has access to it? So, Kent, you were in that news conference. Can you tell us what stuck out to you?
Yeah, the 2 words that you mentioned just a couple minutes ago, and it's uncharted territory. This is coming from a man, Drew Evans, the superintendent of the BCA, who doesn't speak lightly. He's very calm. He doesn't speak beyond what he knows. We didn't hear him speculate about the shooting. We didn't hear him name the victim, although it's out there, because this is a man who leads very careful investigations, and he is saying in his 20-plus years of working cooperatively with federal authorities, he has never seen anything like this. It is uncharted territory, as he said, to the fact that they got down there today expecting again, maybe despite what we all know from the previous shootings, that they were going to have some level of cooperation as they showed up to start investigating. They were stonewalled, he said, and then they went to the unprecedented move of calling in a judge to sign a search warrant to try to then gain access to that scene. And he says they were denied again and told that the Department of Homeland Security and federal agents were running this investigation now. He then told us after this that he reached out to the Department of Homeland Security and the name that he was given in terms of who was in charge of all this, and he received silence. They have not gotten any more information. So he is saying he is vowing, just as the governor had said, to move forward as best they can to investigate. But he said that this will be a very tough job. As anyone knows that's ever seen an investigation, there's a secure crime scene, there's evidence preserved. We saw a gun on the front seat of a car today that had a picture taken of it. We also saw, and as our reporters showed down there, a chaotic scene in which federal agents then pulled out. Then the BCA and others tried to come in. By that point, it was so chaotic, there was not enough safety, so they had to then pull out. There clearly would have been a very tough time maintaining the integrity of that scene regardless. But at this point, again, uncharted territory is about as good as you can say it. And keep in mind, again, this is a law enforcement arm in Minnesota that has many others like it in other states. And Drew Evans said today that their entity, as in other states, this is the way it works. It's the way it's worked for years and years and years. That they come in and investigate even shootings involving federal officers if it happens in a state. It's the way it's expected to have been, and it's the way it has been for years and years. They're trying to do this fairly and not jump to any conclusions. And they're not getting anywhere.
It's funny we started out.
Now, it's worth pointing out one other thing, because in the past week, because what we will undoubtedly hear again is what we have heard many times, is that the federal government says that they're not getting cooperation on their mission, not these investigations, but on their mission to enforce immigration from state and local authorities. We heard the vice president this week say that local authorities told him that they were trying to locate sex offenders and they weren't getting addresses. Now, I had talked to the Department of Public Safety and the Bureau of Criminal Prevention, which runs the sex offender registry in Minnesota, earlier this week. They told me that they have provided that information to the feds. They not only did it once, they did it twice, including once earlier this week, which gave them information to then put a detainer on someone who was already incarcerated, that the Department of Homeland Security said that they were looking for just days before.
They broke a train, actually.
They said, we don't know where this is coming from. We're providing this information. We are doing it behind the scenes when it comes to their investigation.
Okay, let's see who else is on. What other stations are live? How about we'll see what's ABC doing here? What narrative are they driving? I like to show all the narratives of local stations at once. I don't think anyone does that. Yeah, basically we'll see what narrative. I know what the narrative is. Basically the TLDR of it is
got other work to do, important work to do, and their role will be public safety. They're not going to be they're
concealed carry permit.
They're not doing law enforcement work, but like investigating and things. But they will be doing public safety work. Their goal
is they will be in those yellow vests.
Right, so they will be identified. So when they show up, we do not know. General Menke also mentioned that more resources and soldiers are being deployed. He would not say a number, only saying that it would be adequate to complete this request by Hennepin County. On the right-hand side of your screen, you're seeing state patrol officers who have been staged in the Metro, a special team for weeks now. And when they show up, they are also wearing these bright green jackets to distinguish themselves from the feds. But moving forward here,
yeah, I would want to.
It's kind of battling news conferences here. Not battling's not the right word, but we heard from the feds earlier today. Then before that, we heard from the mayor. Then we heard from the governor. We just heard from BCA Superintendent Drew Evans about what their role is. And again, I think out of that, the surprising thing that Evans said, it's very common for the BCA investigations team, which is created specifically to investigate these types of shootings, was turned back twice by the feds at the scene in South Minneapolis, saying it was a federal investigation. Evans also said that it's his understanding that the FBI is not involved in this investigation, and that it is now a Homeland Security investigation. So the feds are investigating the feds. And he says without access to the crime scene or anything there, yes, this investigation will be compromised, but he mentioned there are other tools available to them.
That's what he said.
Talking with eyewitnesses and asking for videos to be shared.
But how will they be able to communicate and ask questions to the agents at the scene?
And they have not been identified.
I wonder if my local news station will come around finally to see what's happening here and why they're trying to drive the narrative of DHS and whatnot, you know. It's like
they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and we're in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter the scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination.
Uncharted territory, hearing that state investigators not allowed at the scene by federal agents there. We want to go also to with Border Patrol, Bavino. He did a press conference earlier today, and he was talking about the federal agent who was involved in this shooting, and he said this is a veteran agent. I want to say he said he had 8 years of experience. He said he's also been highly trained in de-escalation tactics. Let's listen to what we heard from that press conference.
In case you're wondering who
the officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer.
Effective.
So in other words, a range safety officer, that's a firearms range safety officer, and in less lethal. So the officer also has received training, according to Greg Bavino, in de-escalation techniques, how not to use firearms. But today, again, that officer did feel the need. Bavino said he was afraid for his safety and the safety of the other people he was working with, and that's why they fired at the...
And we've all at this point seen these videos, and it's really just a scuffle. Oh, it's chaos.
And again, the person killed has been identified by his family in the city of Minneapolis.
This is one of the angles that we've seen.
This is one angle of it. We have 3 angles of it now.
This guy here, right there.
37-year-old Alex Pretti, a Minnesota resident, an ICU nurse, and according to Chief O'Hara, he was carrying a firearm lawfully, did have a permit to carry, and there is the picture of Alex Pretti. Notice the courtesy there, Veterans Affairs. We have not confirmed where Alex Pretti works as an ICU nurse, but if that's coming from the VA, perhaps it is at one of the local VA facilities.
And again, I'm assuming that we will learn more about Alex Pretti at that 4 p.m. press conference with both of our senators, including also local elected officials. So I'm sure they have at this point learned more about Alex Pretti. In that chaos. After the shooting,
enough justification to allow
we saw maybe 2 hours after that the chemical irritants were released, and it was true chaos. I do want to just let you know what I am seeing in terms of what we're hearing from the administration, and we are hearing from a spokesperson with the Department of Homeland Security that one of the federal agents,
and if anything, if ICE is about
in the
illegal
chaos after the shooting,
why aren't they targeting the Republican states like Texas?
That is a claim that we are hearing.
Illegal immigrants and
we are not going to show,
Minnesota up by Canada.
Tricia McLaughlin,
don't see many Canadians
with the federal
sneaking into
government,
Minnesota.
with Homeland Security, says that agent will lose his finger. Just letting you know what we're hearing coming off of X and from other channels through the administration.
And earlier we heard, we heard from Governor Walz, and he mentioned he called the White House twice today. And here's more on what the governor had to say about that conversation with the White House and plans going forward.
Donald Trump, I call on you once again. Remove this force from Minnesota. They are sowing chaos and violence. We've seen deadly violence from federal agents again and again and again. But in contrast to that, on these frozen streets, what you witnessed yesterday was the best of Minnesotans, peacefully exercising their First Amendment rights. And I attended in the church basement hundreds of Minnesotans from all faith packing care packages for families that have been ripped apart. Despite the horrific acts by this federal government, Minnesotans are standing up for the rule of law. They're protesting loudly and urgently, but peacefully. It must stay that way, Minnesota.
The governor went on to say, after he made those comments, that the Minnesota justice system will have the last word. He says there will be a state and local investigation. The governor says, quote, "The feds can't be trusted. The state will handle it." And right now they are creating a log of evidence.
I agree.
BC Superintendent Drew Evans mentioned this as well.
I do
a log
these
of
streams
evidence.
that
They
I'm
can't get much out of the crime scene, but they're talking with people. There are a lot of videos out there.
And I have a copy myself.
The governor said evidence for future prosecution against these federal agents.
And as he also said that as the feds have claimed these agents have immunity, the governor says the feds will not have immunity. There will be justice here.
Let's reset on this. We know that there's a press conference coming up at 4 p.m. We will take you to that. We also know that there is going to be a vigil and a rally at 5 p.m. at Whittier Park, and they're phrasing this as an emergency vigil.
Yep.
And all of this happening after we saw such a show.
You know, it's funny right now as the night goes on, it's getting warmer here. It's like, oh my God, it's balmy. It's like -2 out right now.
They marched from outside US, the Commons, outside US
13 below before wind chill when I was downtown yesterday.
To Target Center where there was a rally. And I'm not aware of any reports of anything happening there after.
Just think if the weather would have been nice.
And then to wake up this morning to this news. So many of us just jolted that we're back in this situation again.
It's just unfortunate. It's
unfortunate. No, it's fucking stupid.
BC superintendent said this is uncharted territory right now, what's happening, and Evans wants to avoid a conflict between local and federal authorities and the federal government. You're seeing one angle of the 37-year-old Alex Pretti being shot today by BCA agents. Another angle shows it appears to be Pretti coming over to assist somebody that federal agents had come and shoved, appeared to be a woman into a snowbank, and that's when this scuffle ensued.
Why would you do that? Are you not a fucking human being, ICE agents? Seriously?
After that, somehow,
like they put like an ICE badge on, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I can do anything I want." This is
9-10 shots myself.
It's fucking the Gestapo, yo.
And
y'all haven't figured that out.
Longer version of the video, and I'm going to ask if we can turn the audio up here and watch as this plays out here.
Secret police. Because what was the Gestapo? Oh man, here we go. Hear the whistles? He's just filming right now. See that?
That is Pretti in the middle of the street, Kevin.
That's all he's doing.
It's hard to tell because the camera drops.
Yeah, see? He's just trying to see. He helped get that woman away. He took all the spray. Look at these motherfuckers, what they're doing.
Multiple people involved in the scuffle that is building as we watch. And then now it appears Pretti is taken to the ground.
Right.
But this is where we don't know what happens. We don't know where hands are.
Well, here's right here. This which guy? This guy right here. He's the one that gets the gun from him. I think it is. There you go, right there. He ran away. Now there you go. 3 shots. 4 fucking shots, yo. On the ground, surrounded by 6 people.
Oh, 37.
In my book, that's called execution and murder.
At 24th and Nicollet
that's
in
like
Minneapolis this morning, just after 9 a.m.
Head of Border Patrol saying at some point in that scuffle,
okay, all you
gun
nuts out there that believe in freedom in America,
and on the line.
You should be fucking upset.
Border Patrol saying
just
that
got
is
killed.
why shots were fired, and we don't know
They're gonna blame
what
it on
happened
him having
in the
a
middle
gun.
of that melee.
Yeah, and police officers are totally justified in firing if
Thing
they
is,
feel
the
their
gun
lives
nuts,
are
the ones
on
that are
the
active
line.
gun nuts on
Greg
social media
Favino,
and
head of U.S.
publicly.
Border Patrol in Minnesota right now,
They're just
said this all started with a targeted operation to arrest a man named Jose Huerta Chuma, describing him as being in the country illegally. Not clear yet where. I'd have to look back.
A history of domestic assault for Jose Huerta Chuma, according to Border Patrol. Driving without a valid license.
Or the NRA when you need them, right? Shouldn't they be outraged that an American citizen, white,
and not clear whether Chuma was even arrested
male
here.
citizen with
but you hear all these whistles and the horns and those. I've had it explained to me. Serve a couple, two purposes really. The whistles are to let ICE know that they are being watched,
and then shot 4 times
also to let other people know that ICE is in the neighborhood. So other people then show up.
And pepper spray.
And these federal agents would say that all that does is add
I'm going to say what the news broadcasters are saying. Like, why aren't you outraged?
Clear.
Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
This is made very clear. Demonstrators have the right to peacefully protest.
Today's building,
they do not
if
have
they don't
the
get
right
out of here soon,
touch
I know Trump
federal
wants this,
agents
but
or get in
I
their
don't think the
way
ICE
of
people
them
want
doing
what's
their jobs.
gonna happen if they keep up with
And as
this.
people who live in this community, as
You see
Minnesotans,
all the people,
parents, if you have children who are
now
going down
imagine
to the
there's still
scene
almost peaceful
or who are
protesters
going
with
to
a
some of these
firearm.
situations where people are being
Because
apprehended,
here's the thing, the liberals out
remind
there
your children that regardless of
probably
their
have better
emotions,
guns,
you cannot touch these federal
and
agents.
the more of them
You cannot.
maybe,
We've seen
and
what
just don't
happens.
talk
Do
about
not
it.
do it.
I don't know.
So
You
we've
ever
been
thought
bringing
about
you
that?
live coverage since, well,
That's the thing that gets me about like the
since
right wing
mid-morning
mega people. Like,
about
they
what's
just think that
happened in,
liberals don't have
South
guns and don't know how to shoot a
Including our
weapon.
Eric
Or
Rasmussen, who is there. He was one of the first
we
there
don't
at
want
the
to
scene
resort
after this
to that,
happened.
but we're
And
not
he, in
stupid,
fact,
so we
was
have a
impacted by the
hope
chemical
for the
irritants,
best,
but he's been
prepare
there
for
for
the worst
hours now.
mentality,
Eric,
or
what is
at
the
least I
latest there?
I'm an optimistic,
Again,
happy
I can
dude.
tell you the quick check-in
I'm all
is
about
fairly
doing the
calm here
nonviolent,
right
the
now.
right
Still
thing
a lot of
always,
people
and-
gathered. I'm
But
standing
there
at
gets to a point
27th
where,
and Nicolette. The scene of the shooting is just down this way, less than a block or so. We visited that area as well, which has already turned in truly to a memorial where demonstrators have come to reflect on what happened here today. All of this has been set up in the last several hours. You see garbage cans, you pallets. There's an old mattress there. There's even people sitting on a couch over here that have blocked off this street. Seems it's sort of like a check-in point as people make their way down further down Nicolette. And as I look down there, you can still see a large group of demonstrators holding signs. They've been playing music. They've been banging drums and waving flags all afternoon, really all day since this happened. But again, just to set the contrast here, you don't need to show it, Joe, but standing right behind my photographer, is a car that was on fire earlier. The windows, well, we're going to show you anyway. Windows are knocked out here as firefighters came and put out the fire in that white Mazda. That was several hours ago. Now it is much quieter here as people continue to gather in this spot. A lot of conversations happening out here this afternoon about everything that's happened. I was heartened that one of the people walking by asked me how I was doing. So there's a lot of that happening right now. But as I pause, I could still hear people chanting just down the street, which is why we've been out here all day just to keep tabs on things and bring you the live pictures as this all develops.
Eric, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but we are hearing that there is what they're calling an emergency vigil and rally at Whittier Park. Are you hearing from people there that they may be moving to a different location?
No one has said that to me explicitly. I did just talk to a woman who pointed out, it goes without saying, everybody is on their phones. They've seen the videos. They've seen the communication back and forth between the feds and the state and the local authorities. So it stands to reason that if there's a large vigil happening, people here are as plugged in as anybody right now. But I have not seen an outward call for people to move out of here just yet. There are people on bullhorns, so that's something that could happen, but we haven't heard it yet.
Eric, real quick, we've seen the barricades set up to the north of you at about 25th and Nicolette, and are you still around 27?
Yes, right on 27th, right here.
Show us that barricade. What are some of the things they've used?
Well, I mean, take your pick. Dumpsters, garbage cans, old tables here knocked over, chairs, mattresses, barrels, road signs, and the couch right here in the center as people are taking a moment to get off their feet. It's not helping them stay a lot warmer. However, on the other side of the barricade here, they do have some firewood
cycle through whenever they're live at the protest area.
Barrel that they're burning.
So right now we're on ABC,
not an out-of-control fire. They just people try to stay warm out here.
I'm gonna mute myself.
We heard during the press conference with DHS, is that who we just heard actually with Drew Evans?
Drew Evans,
BCA.
Yeah.
He did say that he was asked the question of, can local law enforcement keep our community safe and keep our state safe at this point? What we're seeing there at the scene right now is calm, correct?
Yes, and it goes without saying there is local law enforcement down this way in the other direction toward 28th Street, that would be. You may not be able to see it, but I'm looking at a local police squad pulling through the intersection there. They had some yellow tape up blocking that area off. So police, law enforcement are here. It just appears throughout this whole afternoon they've been keeping their distance.
Okay, that's Eric Rasmussen, our eyewitness on scene right now in South Minneapolis. Eric, stay there. We'll be checking back. Try and get warm if you can in the time being. What's coming up next is just after 4 o'clock. We've been told that Mayor Fry and also our U.S. Senators Amy Klobuchar and Tina Smith, who we haven't heard much.
Ooh. I'll switch channels here. Yeah, Fry, he had a pretty good release earlier this morning. I'm just gonna actually play that later here in a second when I. Okay, here's Fox 9 KMSP, which actually their live reporting is decent. Like it's not too foxy, but once they go recap a day later after it's happened live,
Enforcement ramped up, the largest in U.S. history, 3,000 agents. They were deployed to the state of Minnesota to find criminals who were in the country illegally.
Right. And, you know, I think today we're looking at peaceful protests. You know, they have their signs, their bullhorns, they're providing warmth for those who need it, that kind of thing. I think it's as we enter some of the evening hours that it gets a little bit more concerning that things happen in the cover of night, and when you can't see them, and you know, and then that's when kind of more chaos erupts, and we don't want that.
And yesterday, 15,000 people gathered in the cold to march through Minneapolis. Not a single problem. 15,000 people, and that was fine. Today, as a result of what's happened, some changes have been made to some very big public events in Minneapolis. Timberwolves have postponed their game until tomorrow, and Twins Fest, which is always a big event for fans to come and meet the players and management and get excited about the upcoming baseball season, they went ahead and they wrapped up and they closed things down today.
And even some smaller situations, just businesses in that area that are normally open on Saturdays and depend, of course, on that business, they're closed today in that area, just not open, probably for safety, or maybe just wouldn't get any customers given the situation. So
again, just a quick time update. At 4 o'clock, we're expecting another press conference at City Hall. We assume the mayor and probably the.
Move on to our CBS associates. We haven't done them yet. See what they're doing. I'm just make some coffee again here. Keep this rolling through. Hey Siri, evening.
Lambda Donuts, which is just right across the street, and it appears that it is open as people keep coming in and out of the business too. So if you're standing over there looking over here, this is where that video that has been circulating social media, and in 2026 people see those videos very quick and bring people to the streets. We talked to a few today that said, and this is actually all throughout our coverage of Operation Metro Surge, a common theme I found, guys, is many people have told me that they have never been one to, quote, protest, and they now feel the need to come out here. And even one man that we spoke with today said all throughout this he's been going back and forth thinking about if he should be out on the street or not, and today was that kind of tip of the iceberg, he said, on why he should come out here. So this is probably the most common phrase we have heard all throughout. Why don't you show them right there, Ray? Is just simply ice out. You see that on signs. You see people chanting it right there. And there is some profanity as people are very upset. While I describe kind of the air right now, I would say it has changed all throughout the day. When we first got here, a very intense standoff with federal agents and state patrol. We didn't see Minneapolis police earlier in the day. They were kind of staging like from afar to kind of secure this whole entire neighborhood vicinity. We're in the Whittier neighborhood. If you're tuning in from outside of the city, outside of the state, outside of the country even. We are aware the spotlight is on Minneapolis and has been just for a while. We're right south of downtown.
Oh my
this
God,
area
you
is
see
called
the
Eat Street, a very large cultural hub filled with a lot of different restaurants that are special to the people of Minnesota.
Awesome.
So we now have a site right here where Alex died. We have a site where George Floyd died, and then we also know where Renee died as well. And so you're having all of these memorial sites across our city that are setting up.
And Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people.
This is what is unfolding today. Guys, let me know if there's anything else I can clarify for you while we're here on the ground.
Yeah, only one question right now. Are you noticing a continued presence of helicopters circling overhead, just sort of keeping an eye on the location from afar?
So that's funny you say that, because right as you asked that, Derek, no, I don't see or hear any choppers. I actually do see a drone right up there now that I'm looking up. We did hear choppers earlier. The only enforcement I have witnessed is Minneapolis police from afar. So it seems like right now we're on Nicollet. So right down here is 27th. I'm looking north right now at 26th. So I want to.
And their statements and
Well, that didn't work. Never mind. I was gonna play that video. Let's see here. I'll turn this back up.
Describe the environment right now.
All right, Frankie McLister, we'll check in with you again in just a few minutes. Want to make a couple small notes.
Yeah, I got to give mad props to the
concern for the
clergy
community,
yesterday for
safety of the
the
community.
sit-in
We've
and
had
100
a
arrests or
couple
more.
of postponements and closures today. About 2 hours ago, the NBA announcing that the Minnesota Timberwolves game today
good.
at the Target Center has been postponed
One
until
less
4:30
loss.
tomorrow against the Golden
Been on a
State
losing
Warriors.
streak,
And then
man.
just a few minutes ago, we learned that the Minneapolis Institute of Art, MIA, was actually going to close early out of concern for the community. And
They're
wouldn't be
pretty
surprised.
close to that scene right there.
Which would obviously make sense that they would do something like that, and obviously hopes that tomorrow, everything will be somewhat more normal or safe.
Yeah, they're really close to that scene, and that scene is going to be where there's going to be a vigil tonight at 7 o'clock in memory of Alex Pretti. We are getting a little bit more information about him. We've been showing you these photos today. We told you that he is an ICU nurse at the Veterans Hospital. We're getting a quote now. We expected. Some of you watching right now probably know Alex. We're hearing from someone who does know
This
Alex.
isn't like a bad person. This guy is a really good person.
He was a great guy.
That's trying to do the right thing.
Very kind, would always be willing to help others. We are all heartbroken and are praying for his family and friends and for justice for him. And that is from Nia, a neighbor of Alex right there. So many condolences rolling in his honor. What we do know so far from Minneapolis Police Chief is that he didn't have a criminal record. We know that he did have a permit to carry, a weapon to carry. We heard from federal officials, though, an account, they're saying that they felt their lives were threatened by Alex, right? So totally different
they had pinned down with 5 people.
right there.
And this comes as we're about 10 minutes away hearing from Kristi Noem from Washington, D.C. with an update at the same time.
I don't know if I can watch
She's going to be talking more. And then, obviously, we
spew,
don't know if this will change, but at the same time, also scheduled at 4 o'clock, is for us to hear from
about,
local
he
and
had
state
guns hidden
lawmakers
and
to discuss this as well. So we may have these things happening at the same time, where we've got senators and city leaders speaking at the same time that we're hearing from those in D.C. with Kristi Noem also commenting. I just saw in one of our feeds that there's also a candlelight vigil planned for those in St. Paul tonight at 7 o'clock. They are asking people to gather along the sidewalk of Summit Avenue, and that they will have candle and pickup going on. They say, and they make stress this, that this is a peaceful gathering to mourn as a community. They're saying, bring your own candle if possible. If not, you can light a candle in your window tonight. They're working to have more available for people. But hearing of another candlelight vigil for Alex tonight at 7 o'clock, on the sidewalk of Summit Ave in St. Paul.
And all of this going on with some serious weather conditions here. Below zero will continue to be tonight. So we know that
Our
people are really trying to
and
make a
state
point,
was
no matter
just
the
fine.
temperature, that they're
We
going
have
to
the
show up
nation's
and
lowest
pay
crime
respects
rates.
right there.
Lowest
When
violent
Mike
crime
was
rates in the
reporting
whole country.
much earlier in the day, he said as cold as it was, he said it was almost like one of those
situations
where there's just so much adrenaline and so much emotion and passion that
they're trying to make an example out of
conditions
Minnesota,
are almost
and
secondary
we're going to make an
to
example
what
out
those
of
folks
them.
were thinking and feeling at the moment.
Well, I'm very curious to hear from
We'll play by the
Christy.
rules.
You know, it was something that came up in the BCA was that DHS, she's the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, of course, is heading this investigation up because there was a question, BCA,
If they don't want us
FBI,
to.
no, this is DHS, and she is the head of that. So it will be very interesting to hear. It sounds like she is,
How would they
captain of the
feel
ship
if they were
that is
surrounded by a
investigating
mob
this. And
of
as we heard
armed
from the state, they have
exercising
basically
their
not
Second
been
Amendment
much of a part of it.
Yeah, no access to the scene, even though they had a signed judicial warrant, because they thought, well, maybe this is the step that we need to take in order to get access. But again, we're denied access.
Yeah, I hope she takes questions because, I mean, that would be one of them. Was, hey, an agency came with a judge's warrant.
This is your chance to beat down some fastest, aka
didn't
ICE.
abide by it. I'd love to hear those questions, and then also more about what happened, because when we heard from Greg Bavino, the commander of Border Patrol earlier, he said that Pretti approached his officers with a handgun. And we screamed some questions at him that weren't answered because our reporter said, you know, we don't see that in the video. So the question
like it says back there,
what happened beforehand? What happened before
Star
we didn't see
rising
the
for
video? And then there's some new video coming in as well that and we can't just throw it on. We've got to vet it and take a look at it and make sure it's right.
That was from yesterday. I got that.
But we want to share and package all that in a way that you folks can understand at home, and frankly that we can understand it as well. And make some sense of what
they're giving out free newspapers, so
are saying, because Bavino said they feared for their life. This person was trying to inflict maximum damage, and that they had to do that. Where then at 1:30 in the afternoon, the governor says, he says, I've looked at the video from several angles. The governor called it sickening. Those were his words. Yeah. And said the feds can't be trusted.
It's pivotal moments in history
gap,
right now.
instead of shrinking around how we get together and try to end this, is actually going the opposite way. It feels like it's actually getting wider and further apart. When you talk to state, local, and federal officials, there just seems to be not even agreement on what we can are all seeing and witnessing.
And some of those local and state officials are expected to speak here in about 7 minutes from right now. Our Esme Murphy is live at City Hall, and she prepares to hear from not only Mayor Frey, but we know we'll also be hearing from some senators there as well.
Oh, I don't want to have to rip it right now.
Right, Senator Amy Klobuchar and Senator Tina Smith are scheduled to be part of this briefing. There is not any word that the Chief O'Hara will be part of this briefing, but it'll be interesting to get their take, especially Senator Klobuchar, who is a Washington veteran who prides herself on being able to work across the aisle. It'll be interesting to see if she has been able to reach anybody in the Trump administration. When we heard Governor Walz speak earlier, he said that he had spoken with the Chief of Staff, President Trump's Chief of Staff. The Chief of Staff is Susie Wiles, who is very close to the president.
So this was earlier today, Walz's news conference. I didn't get it all. I wish I would have.
This, and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, Sean, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, that they're activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much rapid.
Let's go to the Frey one, because that was powerful. Like, yeah, I captured all this for in case they change the narrative. Here we go.
From about, oh my goodness.
Oh no. I lost audio. Oh.
Which is very limited.
There we go.
This is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe he is an American citizen. We have not been.
Oh no, my audio's cutting out here for some reason.
We ask everyone to remain calm and to please Do not destroy our own city.
I just saw a video of more than 6 masked agents pummeling one of our constituents and shooting him to death. How many more residents, how many more Americans need to die or get badly hurt for this operation to end? How many more lives need to be lost before this administration realizes that a political and partisan narrative is not as important as American values? How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, creating safety in our city? As you'll hear from Director Sayer in just a second, we have seen these kinds of operations in other places, in other countries, but not here in America. Not in a way where a great American city is being invaded by its own federal government. I'm done being told that our community members are responsible for the vitriol in our streets. I'm done being told that our local elected officials are solely responsible for turning down the temperature. Just yesterday, we saw 15,000 people peacefully protesting in the streets, speaking out, standing up for their neighbors. Not a single broken window, not a single injury. Those peaceful protests embody the very principles that both Minneapolis and America was founded upon. Conversely, the mass militarized force and unidentified agents who are occupying our streets, that is what weakens our country. That is what erodes trust in both law enforcement and in democracy itself. So to everyone listening, stand with Minneapolis. Stand up for America. Recognize that your children will ask you what side you were on. Your grandchildren will ask you what you did to act to prevent this from happening again, to make sure that the foundational elements of our democracy were rock solid. What did you do to protect your city? What did you do to protect your nation? This is not what America is about. This is not a partisan issue. This is an American issue. This administration and everyone involved in this operation should be reflecting. They should be reflecting right now and asking themselves, what exactly are you accomplishing? If the goal was to achieve peace and safety, this is doing exactly the opposite. If the goal was to achieve calm and prosperity, this is doing exactly the opposite. Are you standing up for American families right now, or are we tearing them apart? The invasion of these heavily armed masked agents roaming around on our streets of Minneapolis, emboldened with a sense of impunity, it has to end. This is not how it has to be. So, to President Trump, this is a moment to act like a leader. Put Minneapolis, put America first in this moment. Let's achieve peace. Let's end this operation, and I'm telling you, our city will come back. Safety will be restored. We're asking for you to take action now to remove these federal agents. Director Sayer.
My name is Rachel Sayer, and I am the Director of the Emergency Management Department for the City of Minneapolis. I took this job to keep us safe because I live here, and this is my community. We are doing everything we can to mitigate the impacts of this terrible situation. The city's Emergency Operations Center continues to be activated, as it has throughout the surge in federal agents over the last few weeks. We are tracking impacts and coordinating the city's response to this situation, which is having profound repercussions in our community. I can't underscore enough how much Operation Metro Surge is impacting our city. Families with loved ones detained and those who are afraid to be in public lest they become targets need help accessing the most basic necessities like food, housing, and rides to school. Businesses are shuttering and our local economy is severely impacted, which means families are suffering, just as we were rounding a corner in our recovery. Many of our Minneapolis residents, my neighbors, my friends, my community members, are ceasing participation in public life, afraid to even go to the doctor. In response, the city enterprise continues to utilize our entire emergency apparatus. That means staff across departments, often around the clock, are putting their regular jobs on hold in order to respond to the impacts of Metro Surge. I want everyone to know there are numerous resources available to community members right now. We have mental health help available. We have food assistance, housing and rental assistance, legal help. We are sharing information about what to do if you are exposed to tear gas, pepper spray, or other chemical agents. And the state AGs and ACLU are collecting reports of rights violations. You can access these resources on the city's virtual resource center at minneapolismn.gov/ICE. Please share this information with your neighbors. We have help and we want you to be able to access that. My background is in international humanitarian response in conflict zones.
This next part is impactful.
Yemen, Haiti, Syria, Iraq, and Ukraine. What I've seen here is what I've seen there. A powerful entity violently and intentionally terrorizing people, making them afraid to go outside so they can't earn a living, so that kids are forced out of school. This has a lasting generational impact. People can't plan a single day of their lives because they don't know who is around the corner and if their family member or neighbor is about to be taken away. In these times, you see both the best and the worst. The worst is the terror and the feeling of helplessness. The best will continue to be our community's response. The way we are showing up for each other, that is in the absolute worst of times. We're showing up for each other in the absolute worst of times. I'll turn it back to the mayor. Thank you.
We'll open it to questions.
We are seeing an incredible volatile situation unfolding right now around that scene. Is there any communication right now with local federal law enforcement or cooperation? Where do those efforts stand to try to calm what's going on down there right now?
Yeah. All right, we're just listening live to the mayor and the police chief. And who was that at the end there?
And then we have Rachel Sayre. She's the director of emergency management for Hennepin County.
Kind of explain the resources that are available.
As a job, says a lot. Here we go back live
Just
again.
opening their doors for anybody that needs a spot.
I've been cycling
to
through all
just
the news stations, trying to get a grasp on what their narratives are.
So that's what we're seeing, a lot of people going in there, warming up, coming back out. And I asked those couple of protesters too how long they plan on staying out here. They said as long as it takes. They said that they want to be out here in order to make sure they maintain the peace, because what they saw earlier is they said a random van kind of pulled up in here and a couple of people kind of left that van and wanted to instigate some stuff. And they said that is not what they are trying to do here. They want to be here because they want to protect their communities and they want to protest peacefully. So again, we're seeing a lot of chanting, some people actually climbing some of the pipes and also making their way onto the roofs of these restaurants. So I don't know if you can see there at the Black Forest Inn, there's a person standing on that roof. There's Cheapo Records right on the corner as well. Some people on that roof right across from
They're talking about National Guard resources and what they're hoping to.
We see people walking up even as we're standing here right now.
And
it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere.
Raya, just a question for you. What, if any, law enforcement presence do you see there?
from my vantage point here, I cannot see any law enforcement. I know that we were told by some people earlier that they have not seen federal agents out here in quite a while as well. And from my understanding, those federal agents left a long time ago. But even from a local police presence, state troopers, any of those agencies, I don't see anyone from those agencies out here. But I may be limited in my vantage point. That's just what I can see at this moment.
All right, Raya Katania, we appreciate it. Like I said, we have several of our reporters on the scene, and so far everybody has said they don't really see any sort of law enforcement, local or otherwise, or federal or otherwise, on the scene there.
But Fox over here, and then switch back to. I'm so glad I set up IPTV on my computer, my Plex server. And we'll flip-flop it around, basically.
Guard and how they're going to build this perimeter and when they expect that to play out. There's still about an hour and a half of daylight left in the day. And again, National Guard has been mobilizing for about a week now, so they've been prepared and in position in the event that they would get called up, and they will provide that security at the Whipple building, the federal building, where we've seen a lot of protesters every single day for the last several weeks, and then also State Patrol, Department of Natural Resources. So we'll probably get a fuller picture of how they plan to bring the National Guard into all of this.
It'll be interesting to see when they talk about that vehicle perimeter, if they make all the folks that are there right now get out. Right. Are they going to allow them within that perimeter, or what is the perimeter actually for? Are they still trying to gather evidence, or what's the reason for the vehicle perimeter? But yeah, that looks like that'll be implemented sometime, I'm guessing, this evening. Given that the Guard has been called in, and the Guard is ready. So it's unlike back in 2020, we had the Floyd riots. This is the Guard is ready and waiting. So it'll be enacted and in place.
It's actually one of the most liberal Fox stations you'll find out, I think, ever.
Potentially
we
playing
have the Jason show on there. He's the gayest guy ever.
Today, they had to call an unlawful assembly because of the group that had gathered there. They had to deploy some tear gas to break up some crowds. It has been, as you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, this is our live camera at the scene right now. It is peaceful and quiet. A few hundred people still gathering at the scene. But so we expect to get some more information about the National Guard and what will be happening in the city of Minneapolis tonight. In addition to that, and we haven't heard much about this in the last few days, but President Trump had mentioned that he could use the Insurrection Act and also send active U.S. Army soldiers from a division out of Alaska to the state of Minnesota. But that was talked about a lot about a week and a half ago, and we haven't heard as much on that front.
I don't think they realize how crazy
it sounded until after they did it. Be called in by the president and his administration.
All right.
Dude's got dementia, yo.
Agent-involved shootings in Minneapolis, in the city of Minneapolis.
My mom had dementia.
In the last 3 weeks, 3.5 weeks. One on January 7th, one on January 14th, and then the one this morning. All part of that ramp-up of Operation Metro Surge, in which 3,000 agents have been stationed in the metro to work on immigration enforcement. And they haven't said when that mission would be complete. They've been pressed on that a few times, but they will only say when we're done. And so we're not sure just how long they had anticipated being in the Minneapolis area. They have been in other cities as well. We've seen Chicago and Washington, D.C. and out west, too. But again,
I was with the vice president a couple of days ago when he was in town. And he was commenting about Minneapolis compared to L.A. and Chicago, where they also had ICE operations going, and how they didn't have the confrontations that they're having here, and how Minneapolis was unique in that. And he was sort of saying, you know, we need to figure out why that is. Why is Minneapolis? And then he went on to say, I guess, you know, they're more organized. The protesters are more organized here, and there's more of them, it seems. But they did not have these issues in some of the other cities. And it's important to know that ICE enforcement is going on all over the country. They have Operation Tidal Wave going on in Florida right now. There's certainly one in Texas, Virginia, and Los Angeles, I believe, as well. So, I mean, it's going on throughout the country. It isn't just here. We have had surges, though. We have had surges of federal agents coming in DHS will say is because they don't have the cooperation with local law enforcement that they do in some of these other cities, and so it makes their job more difficult. And we get varying opinions on whether they cooperate or don't cooperate, and in what way.
And the mission of Operation Metro Surge is to get violent criminals who are in the country illegally. Some immigration attorneys locally and even local law enforcement have spoken out publicly that there are other people getting caught up in this as well. People who have legal status, people who are U.S. citizens.
The saddest thing
they have come out publicly just in the last week. Law enforcement held a news conference saying they feel like there is some racial profiling going on, and they brought up instances where even officers, like with Brooklyn Park PD, had been pulled over and asked for proof of citizenship when they were plainclothes, when they were off duty. So there have been a lot of questions about the enforcement, the mission of it, and whether or not that's actually playing out in each of the enforcement actions. We've seen a lot of court cases play out as well, and so there is a lot of tension that has built up over this Operation Metro Surge since it began in Minneapolis.
Right, and of course we're getting a lot of stories of people who are detained or arrested. There was one in Shakopee earlier this week on Monday. Agents came to the door. They didn't answer. They ended up using a battering ram.
Are they going to pay for that new door?
And they ultimately did get their target, but the target was a man who was here illegally. The family admitted he had been here illegally. He had come from, I believe it was Ecuador, when he was 4 years old. And then early in his life, he was now, I believe, 45 years old. Early on, like around his 20s or late teens, something like that, he did have some trouble with the law, some auto theft, DWI, that kind of thing. But that, nothing since 2006. And I did look up his record. There had been nothing since 2006. And he says, the family had said that he was checking in with immigration, and immigration kept saying, come back, just, okay, great, come back next year kind of thing. And his last check-in was in November.
They make it impossible to become a citizen legally anyways. I don't think the people that are against ICE, they're for ICE or against immigrants, they don't realize the process is flawed.
So there's this kind of like,
they didn't have to worry about it. They don't
he
care.
says he's checking in, and immigration is like,
I got
okay,
mine,
check
fuck
back
you
next
kind of
year.
mentality.
We don't really
Omega,
know what's accurate in that case, because again, we have a hard time getting information
internally first
from
before
the
they come for us liberals.
Side of things, but in any case, a lot of stories like that coming in where there's these detainments, there's this confusion as to why, because they thought they were doing things correctly, and then there's more stories that aren't quite like that.
Yeah, there's
that's
this
why
gray area that can exist in immigration, whether somebody has refugee status or asylum status, and where they are in the process.
Right.
And then if it's a criminal matter, then that changes things. But like we did have a case out of St. Paul where a man was detained, driven around, then he was released, and then came out later that he matched the description of somebody else that they were looking for, but local officials said those people didn't even live there. So
there's no outside
and we have seen a lot of tension build up with protesters or observers who come to watch these enforcement actions. They blow whistles,
this is what I wore on my upper body of myself.
And of the 3 agent-involved shootings, 2 have been protesters or people who are recording video at the scene, not the focus of a detention. And then 1 person who was shot in the leg and lived was the focus of a detention. So in 2 of these cases, it has been regular people. Okay, let's go ahead and listen into Mayor Jacob Fry.
I mean, I had my first layer, my face balaclava, and then my neck gaiter, and my super sweet rabbit fur lined hat. This thing has saved my butt. This thing is so good.
We're here to provide
just my head.
An update on the
then I had like 3 layers
precautions that we're going to be taking for this evening. The city of Minneapolis is filing a declaration after today's shooting to encourage the judge to rule on a temporary restraining order on Monday that would grant us immediate relief and would help stop this operation that has been so harmful to the city of Minneapolis. The state of Minnesota has resulted in multiple shootings and tragic deaths. I have formally requested assistance from the National Guard to support the limited number of officers that we have in the Minneapolis Police Department. We have around 600 officers in total. Days off have been canceled. Our incredible Minneapolis police officers have been working tirelessly to do their day-to-day work, and simultaneously they are put in the middle of these chaotic situations. We will not be able to do this on our own, and so we are getting assistance from both mutual aid jurisdictions as well as the request to the governor for the National Guard, and we're appreciative of the assistance. Our community is tired. Our officers are tired. Our businesses are tired, and this additional support is necessary. And again, the chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, border control, and this federal administration. Our top priority is keeping our neighbors and businesses safe, and the additional support will help us do that. Our community service officers are helping to deliver food to families that are in need. Community members are out there peacefully protesting, making sure that their voices are heard. They're escorting workers to their jobs. They're taking care of daycares. It has been extraordinary how people around our city have stepped up during this difficult time, and there is an incredible group of leaders in senators and members of Congress that are here with me to deliver a powerful message in just a couple of minutes. We're also working closely with our immigration task force to make sure that clear and transparent information is coordinated. We'll continue to do everything in our power to keep our neighbors safe and to stand up for our immigrant communities. Most of the protests that we've seen have remained peaceful. Let's keep it that way. Let's not counter Donald Trump's chaos with our own version of chaos here. I understand that people are angry. I'm angry. I understand that people are experiencing trauma. It makes sense. Our communities have been placed on the very front line, and this has been ongoing now for weeks. It must end. Remember, it's only our city that will suffer if there is damage or destruction that is done. Finally, to the victim's family and friends, our hearts are with you. Our love goes out to you. I know that there is nothing that I can say right now that will ease the pain. But I hope you know that Minneapolis cares deeply for you. There are 435,000 residents that will do everything possible to stand with you. With that, I'll turn it over to Chief O'Hara, who can give more of an update on the plans for tonight.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I'm going to provide a brief update on the events today and our plans to maintain order in the city. I recognize that this is a volatile and emotional situation, and our focus remains, as it always has been, on de-escalation, slowing things down, and maintaining peace and order in this city. The situation is stable right now, and it is peaceful, and we intend to keep it that way. After our last press update, additional residents and demonstrators gathered today, and the situation deteriorated. Local and state law enforcement officers were surrounded on multiple sides by a mix of protesters and also agitators who engaged in unlawful acts. Individuals began erecting barricades, throwing glass bottles, ice chunks, and at least 2 separate fires were started in the immediate vicinity. Minneapolis police had to escort firefighters so that they could safely extinguish those fires. The #1 priority of our police officers is to protect life and maintain public safety for all people in our community. And so given the volatility and rising public safety risks for residents, for demonstrators, and police officers, state and local law enforcement did deploy less lethal and gas munitions at that assembly in order to allow for a safe egress of law enforcement and to prevent further violence and damage. We do everything that we possibly can to de-escalate whenever possible, and the actions that were taken today were in response to a dangerous and escalating situation that already had multiple confrontations. The gathering at the scene now is peaceful, and we need everyone to respect the lives and property of all people in our community. In order to maintain that peace, we have established a vehicle exclusionary zone in the affected area. That zone has allowed traffic to be safely managed and has significantly reduced the risk of escalation, ensuring access for emergency vehicles, for residents of the area, and for lawful, peaceful demonstrations. This zone will be maintained by uniformed police officers of the Minneapolis Police Department, working alongside members of the Minnesota National Guard. National Guard members will be wearing fluorescent yellow safety traffic vests and will be working alongside uniformed Minneapolis police. In addition to the Minnesota State Patrol and Hennepin County Sheriff's Office that assisted at the scene, the St. Paul Police, Ramsey County Sheriff's Office, and numerous Hennepin County suburban police departments are assisting with answering 911 calls in the city of Minneapolis today. The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that, and we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully, and understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city. We will continue to monitor the situation and provide updates as needed. Senator.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for your strong leadership during this crisis. I'm joined today by Senator Smith, as well as Representatives McCollum and Morrison, and joining us in a statement are Representatives Craig and Omar. Our message is really clear and straightforward. We need ICE out of Minnesota. They are not making us more safe. As the tragic killing this morning, as people saw it viscerally on that video, shows us they are making us less safe. With 3,000 agents, which of course includes border control, outnumbering the sworn police officers in Minneapolis and St. Paul by 3 to 1, and even larger than the 10 metropolitan police departments, this is completely out of whack, completely out of balance, and now 3 people have been shot, 2 resulting in death. 1, Renee Good, mother of 3, and now Alex Pretti, a 37-year-old Minneapolis man, a citizen, also a nurse. They both have families that love them very much. This city has been under siege, and I want to make something clear. As the mayor and the police chief are doing their job for this city, it's not just the cities. It's not just Minneapolis and St. Paul, as you'll hear from the members of Congress. It is the suburbs where kids have been lured in and abducted. It is small towns all across our state, rural areas. This has gone way beyond some stated purpose of the fraud investigation or apprehending violent offenders. That's not what this is about anymore when you have 3,000 agents overwhelming sworn police officers. I took part in that peaceful and powerful march yesterday, all those peaceful people. And then we wake up this morning to this horror. As members of Congress, we are calling on this administration to get ICE out of our towns, off of our streets. It will make us more safe. We, as a congressional group up here, strongly opposed the ICE funding this week. We opposed it this summer when our Republican colleagues tripled the budget, $75 billion. It is now more than the FBI. They reduced the training from 5 months to 47 days. And these are the results. We are also calling for a full and transparent investigation. We have done this before in Minnesota, coordinating with local and state and federal law enforcement. And if they're not going to do it, then they need to get out of the way and allow our very professional Bureau of Criminal Apprehension to conduct the investigation into these killings. And finally, we call on our Republican colleagues to stand with us. I know they know what's going on here because it's happening in their own districts. We have, of course, these shootings, but it is a lot more than that. They know that something's wrong when a Hmong elder is pulled out of a house in his underwear, slippers, and they figure out about an hour later they got the wrong guy, and in fact the guy they were looking for is actually in jail. Or a 2-year-old, a case my office worked on, in addition to hundreds more, who's taken with her dad and then put on a plane to Texas when her mom is desperately trying to get her. We got her back. But none of this should be happening. None of it. So we call on our Republican colleagues to join us because we have warned this administration. I have personally warned them that there would be more deaths, that more of this would happen. And clearly they're not listening. So we ask people around the country to talk to their Republican representatives to make clear that this is not the America that is ours. This has got to stop. And with that, I turn it over to my colleague, Senator Smith.
Good afternoon, everyone. So today, federal agents beat and then shot multiple times and killed 37-year-old Alex Jeffrey Pretti, a U.S. citizen, a Minneapolis resident, and a VA nurse. Eyewitness video shows once again reckless, violent, and dangerous federal agents taking the life of a Minnesotan. And rather than following standard law enforcement practice, which is focused on public safety and de-escalation, they have killed another person. And the Trump administration has already called Alex Pretti a domestic terrorist. He was a nurse. We send our heartfelt condolences to his family and to his friends. And all Americans should be outraged at this unaccountable, violent federal force which is operating with impunity in our city. And you need to know, America, that if it can happen here, it can happen in your community too. So we gather here to say, first, I want to say to the President, you must stop Operation Metro Surge immediately and send these ICE agents home so our communities can be safe. Second, it is essential that trusted, impartial state investigators at the BCA are allowed to fully investigate what happened here today. Third, I urge my neighbors to express our grief and outrage at this killing and at the federal invasion of our cities peacefully and with the love that we showed yesterday when so many thousands of us showed up in support of our community. And finally, we must have our Republicans in Congress, they must join with us to condemn this violent and unfettered violent abuse of power and to stop it. And they can do that by refusing to fund this agency so long as it continues to kill and terrorize Americans. That is what Senator Klobuchar and I will be working on in the United States Senate. And I just want to close by thanking so much the local law enforcement and fire departments, not only here in Minneapolis, but all across the state that have been doing everything that they could, everything that you can to keep our cities safe. I once worked in City Hall, and I know what it's like, and I am so grateful for their relentless work to keep our communities safe. Representative McCollum.
Thank you. Well, we have a saying in Congress that we agree and reflect in our remarks those that have spoken before us. So I'm going to take a slightly different tact. You know, today, this morning, Saturday, we lost another life, and it didn't have to be that way. To all the protesters who have been out there peacefully protesting, who have been harmed and injured, it shouldn't be happening to you either. But I want to take a second, as Senator Smith was, just to reflect on the community. St. Paul stands with you, Minneapolis. The East and West Metro, we're united, as well as all Minnesotans. My phones have been ringing off the hook from frustrated members of communities that are asking me to talk to their Republican members of Congress to do something about the escalation of chaos and violence that has been caused by the presence of the Department of Homeland Security. Representative Morrison and I, along with Representative Omar and Craig, had an opportunity to show with our votes on the House floor just this week how disappointed we are that the president refuses to listen. Oh, well, we're more than disappointed. We are outraged. Part of the bill that was on the floor was to provide more body cameras for ICE. Well, they have them already in the thousands, and they refuse to wear them. So, Secretary Noem, have your officers suit up and put on their body cameras, just like our law enforcement does. To our law enforcement here, we appreciate you, especially those of you who have been working the extra shifts. To the school boards, to the community service volunteers, everybody out there in this community, you make us so proud to represent you in the United States Congress. We hold our head up high with how Minnesota is reacting to this. We celebrate 250 years of this United States of America. And I'll close with quoting Benjamin Franklin. He came out of the Constitutional Convention and he said, it's a republic if you can keep it. Well, we're showing we want to keep it a republic with peaceful protesting. Stay calm, be safe, take care of one another. And when you see a National Guards person out there trying to relieve one of our police officers, know that they're there to protect you. So please respect everyone out there trying to keep us safe. And with that, I'd like to welcome up my colleague from the West Metro, Representative Morrison.
Thank you, Representative McCollum. You know, the day after tens of thousands of Minnesotans showed the world how to stand up peacefully against this administration's cruelty, lawlessness, and unacceptable occupation, and demand that ICE leave our state and end this federal invasion, the world is watching yet again as one of Donald Trump's federal agents have shot and killed another United States citizen in broad daylight in the middle of the street. First, we lost Renee Nicole Good, and now Alex Jeffrey Pretti, a 37-year-old man, a Minnesotan, an ICU nurse, a resident looking out for his neighbors as Minnesotans always do. And I do want to pause and offer my deepest sympathy and profound condolences to Mr. Pretti's family and friends. I am so sorry for your unimaginable loss. And we are once again now being asked to deny what we saw with our own eyes. We watched the videos of a masked federal agent shooting Alex in the back multiple times while he was pinned down by more than 6 other masked federal agents. And once again, DHS has come out with a predetermined narrative that contradicts everything we saw with our own eyes. 2 37-year-old Minnesotans are now dead, a poet and a nurse. For what? We cannot lose any more lives. We need a full, transparent, and comprehensive investigation led by our BCA. And ICE and Border Patrol need to halt all operations in the state and leave immediately. And Congress cannot be complicit in facilitating these lethal operations and federal occupation of our cities. We are standing here as a united front today, pleading for our Republican colleagues who control the Congress and who took the same oath to defend the Constitution and uphold the rule of law that we did, to stand up and stop this. Put your state and your country first. Put it ahead of your loyalty to this president. Minnesotans are in agony, watching their communities terrorized and families torn apart. ICE and CBP agents are traumatizing our communities, violating Minnesotans' constitutional rights, unlawfully detaining and arresting United States citizens, racially profiling people, forcing schools, restaurants, and businesses to close. And people are dying at the hands of these federal agents. It has to stop now before anyone else is hurt. And I return it to the mayor. Thank you.
I'll just point out, again, the difference between tens of thousands of people just yesterday peacefully protesting, standing up for their neighbors, no injuries, no damage to property. That is how Minnesota and Minneapolis shows up versus what we saw again this morning. That is what is causing chaos on our streets, those actions that we saw on video, and you can believe your own eyes. With that, we'll open it to questions.
Senator Klobuchar, are you willing to use every lever of power at your disposal as a member of the minority party to stop what is happening here, up to and including a government shutdown?
Right now, we are focused on getting ICE out of the state. And, of course, we will use every lever that we have. But I do remind people that Donald Trump runs the White House. And sadly, because to date we have not seen the Republican members of Congress standing up, he also seems to run the Congress. But the point here is that there are many changes that we could make. You know, why aren't we helping fund local law enforcement instead of what they did with this bill last summer where they tripled the budget? And why aren't they pledging to have a full investigation of what happened? I have a lot of respect for our local law enforcement here, and I appreciated the words of some of my colleagues who talked about the fact that people have to differentiate here with what they're doing on the front line every single day. So there are many things we could do. Budgets are a value choice. And that's what we're asking our Republican colleagues to do. I work across the aisle all the time. I work with them. And I know that many of them understand that what's going on right now is wrong. And so the way to get to a higher ground, honestly, is to get them to get ICE out of our state right now, to call the president, to speak out, as we have been doing day after day after day, and to remember these little kids who are afraid to go to school, and to remember the people who are legal citizens who are wrestled to the ground, yelling, I am born here, I was born here, and to remember these two that we've lost. And I hope that's something that they all take home and that the people of this country do as they look at how they can get this administration to stop this.
Mayor Frank, can you talk about the legal case that you were pursuing and how this shooting changes your strategy? What is your best case scenario on Monday when you go to court?
Yeah. So there's two forms of request that we have been asking for. The first was this temporary restraining order. The other possibility is some form of injunctive relief. Now, I don't want to get too into the details because I'm bound to get something wrong, but the question is one of urgency and immediacy. The issue is that we recently saw somebody shot and badly injured. We then saw somebody shot and killed, and that was the second one. Chief, I think we've only had 3 homicides in the city this year. Is that right? 2 of them, ICE. 3 homicides. 2 of them were from ICE. So the relief that we're asking for is stopping this Operation Metro Surge in the immediacy. It's preventing this massive influx of agents that is making it very difficult for us to do our jobs in the city as well as we need to do them, and we need to do regular day law enforcement as well. Yes?
They defied a search warrant this morning. Do you think they'll abide by a court order from the federal judge?
They have to abide. So the question is, they defied a search warrant this morning. Will they abide by a court order by a federal judge? Everybody listen to that question. Everybody listen to that question. The question is, will this administration abide by a court order? These are the underpinnings of our democracy, of our republic, and of this Constitution. The answer better be yes. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you abide by those court orders. The answer has to be yes if you are a patriot for this country. And so, yes, my expectation is that they will abide by the court order because there is not an alternative.
This is going on.
the vitriol is through the roof on social media. Is there any way, or how are you going to come together? I mean, is there any way to approach the other side?
Yeah. I'll answer for myself and from the city's perspective, and certainly turn it to Senator Klobuchar. I want everyone to just quickly look at the juxtaposition between the way that Minneapolis is showing up and the way that the federal government is showing up. I want you to look at the difference between the elected leaders and our chief that you've heard talk just before me. They're calling for peace. They're calling for peace notwithstanding this horrific action from the federal government. What are they doing? They're not investigating the person that killed our citizens. They're investigating us. This is political retaliation. This is about a political narrative, and that narrative is making people less safe.
A number of us have spent the last few weeks making our views clear, standing our ground, but also reaching out to this administration, to Republican leaders, to try to get them to understand how dangerous this is, how unsafe this is. I met with chiefs from across the metropolitan area. Chief O'Hara was on this call, and they have been reaching out, some of them publicly, some of them behind closed doors. The business community has been reaching out. I have been personally reaching out to the President's Chief of Staff and spoken with her. We have done this day after day after day, so we're not just shutting out any discussions, but we've been explaining to them, and I know the governor has, how dangerous this situation is. And I have specifically told people that someone else was going to die. I said this a few days ago. I said it might be by a car, it might be by some other way. And it just seems like you hope that they're going to de-escalate, and then they keep escalating it up. Right now, I hope they're listening, and I mostly hope that our Republican colleagues are listening and that they will step in, even if it's behind closed doors. If they will make those calls and say, we've got to end this now, and we've got to bring those people out of Minnesota and let our local law enforcement do our jobs. And I'll let some of my colleagues answer this.
Well, I'll just say that I completely agree with the mayor and the senator, but I mean, it is my obligation as a United States senator to speak about what I think is happening in my state and to define it for what I think it is. That is my job. And one thing I have learned about this president is that he does not respond to appeasement. He is a bully. He does not respond to people who appease him. He responds much better to strength than he does to weakness. And I think what we have seen in this state, I am so proud of it. We have seen a combination of strength and peacefulness that really says who we are. And I believe that that is our best path forward for trying to convince this administration that the path that they are on is dangerous to public safety, and it is a losing path that they must abandon.
What's your message to Minnesotans who are just wondering when this is going to be over? I think a lot of people are feeling very tired and are just wondering when this is going to end. What's your message to your constituents?
It will be over when we speak as one voice, as one Minnesota, as everybody has been out in the streets. You know, ICE was here in June, and there wasn't any problem. We weren't happy about it. There were people who we were concerned about the way that deportations and arrests were happening. We were worried. But we handled it in a peaceful way. The escalation now is not because Minnesota changed. It is because this White House and Stephen Miller have decided to change their tactics here.
What do you think?
It will end when our colleagues who are hearing from their constituents, because they are reaching out to me and others, listen to their constituents and stand with their constituents and not stand with a White House that is not following the Constitution, breaking our laws, and not living up to the values of this country. That's when it will end.
What do you think the end game? What do you think the end game is for Donald Trump at this point? What is he hoping to accomplish?
All right, we've been listening to members of Minnesota's congressional delegation, Democrats there, talking about this morning's shooting. Senator Amy Klobuchar saying we need ICE out of Minnesota, and they're calling on the federal government to pull back on the number of agents in our state right now. Also notable, the press conference started with Mayor Frey and Chief O'Hara speaking, and Chief O'Hara was speaking about what they're doing to keep things safe tonight. He says right now the situation at the scene is stable. Earlier today, he referenced barricades, throwing bottles and ice chunks, and 2 fires started. But right now, he says this is a stable, peaceful scene, and to keep it that way, he says they are having a vehicle exclusionary zone in that affected area, keeping
being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state. Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options. Our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing, in fact, we have been working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets. That is not what we are talking about right now. What they are also saying is that this is simply political retaliation. They are saying this is political retribution, and it's focused here on a blue city in a blue state. That's not how America works. Other countries function that way. We don't. And so no matter your background or your ideology, this should be of deep concern for you no matter what town you're in America, because your town could be next. Your liberties, your freedoms could be sacrificed because of what this administration is doing.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you. Ending. I know our end game, and our end game is to keep Minnesota safe. And so we are asking that ICE get off of our streets and out of our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
You have a follow-up?
2 Democratic congresspeople and 2 Democratic U.S. senators, along with Mayor of Minneapolis, speaking there. At the same time, there was a news conference that Kristi Noem.
Offensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement. About hundreds of protesters then showed up at the scene. They began to obstruct and to assault law enforcement officers. We saw objects being thrown at them, including ice and other objects, and a rampant assault began, and even an HSI officer agent's finger was bitten off. Crowd control measures were deployed to bring safety to the public and to law enforcement at the scene. And once again, I want to remind everybody that this situation and this tragedy did not have to happen. Our law enforcement are doing everything that they can to protect the public. We're praying for this deceased loved one's family and friends, but we also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers. I'll remind you that Governor Walz today in his press conference said that our officers were not even law enforcement, which is a lie. He's called them the Gestapo. He's encouraged residents and citizens and violent rioters to resist. He's doxed their identities, putting themselves and their families' lives in jeopardy. He's refused to turn over murderers to federal law enforcement officers. He's protected illegal criminals and protected them from being brought to justice, and even overseen a historic, unprecedented theft of American taxpayer dollars. Tens of billions of dollars were stolen under his watch, and he allowed it to happen, and in some instances may have even facilitated it. In other cities and states across the country, we don't see this happen. Local, state, and officials work with us to make sure that we're making their streets safer. I'll point to the city of Memphis, which is where there is a Democrat mayor in place. He worked with us and our federal law enforcement officers, and we saw murder rates drop by 50% because of that partnership. We've seen historic lows in the criminal acts that have happened in that city. We've had the same amount of law enforcement officers there, but a very different result because of the leadership in place. Last week, ICE did over 2,000 different operations, and we saw people be brought to justice and the American people made safer because of that work. We don't have this problem in Texas or in Florida because those individuals in those states work with us, and they make sure that they keep peace and calm while they bring criminals to justice. In Minneapolis, Governor Walz and Mayor Frey, they instead choose violence. They instead choose to encourage the destruction of their city and the crime against their people. It appears that they want this lawlessness to continue. It appears that they want chaos to distract from the theft and the fraud and the corruption of their city. I'll remind you that this city has been corrupt for years with what we've seen with people that have been stealing taxpayer money, all under the leadership of Governor Walz and Mayor Frey. I'm asking for all the authorities in Minneapolis and the leaders to work with us, and there are two things that we have repeatedly asked the governor and the mayor to do. Number one, all we want them to do is that when they are going to release a dangerous criminal from their jails, turn them over to us so we can get them out of this country as soon as possible. Since we have been back in the White House with President Trump's leadership, they have released over 490 criminals onto their streets rather than allow us to get them out of the country to keep families safe. The second thing that we have asked the governor and the mayor to do is to help us keep people safe. Just give us backup on the streets while we do our targeted operations to get illegal criminals out of our country. Situations that we face with violent rioters who are impacting and attacking our law enforcement officers. That's all. Those are the two requests that we've asked of them. We've asked them to help us do that so that we can continue to see success in Minneapolis like we see in so many other cities and communities across the country. But they have refused because they want us talking about attacking law enforcement officers instead of the fraud and the theft that they facilitated in Minnesota.
All right, you have been listening to DHS Secretary Kristi Noem. She spoke, like I said, for about 5.5 minutes about Minneapolis, but did not take any questions, so that's why we cut it off there. She's reiterating what DHS had said earlier today, and Border Patrol had said earlier today, that they were executing a targeted immigration enforcement, when they say
to the Minneapolis area. So
the suspect.
It remains unclear what conversations are happening between our Democratic legislators and the Trump administration to bring the temperature down on all of this, because as we saw this morning, it has happened again.
All right, Mary, thank you so much for wrapping up that news conference today. Again, it's the second news conference that we've had with the mayor and the police chief, but they were joined today by members of Congress as well, talking about the situation and their desire for this ICE operation to end. And Mary, they were asked, how long is this ICE enforcement going to last? And they didn't have any answers.
No, and they were also asked what the end game is in all of this. I think a lot of Minnesotans are feeling very tired, and they're wondering that same thing. They're wondering, when can life go back to normal? We know not just in the city of Minneapolis, but in communities across the state of Minnesota, they've been feeling a lot of fear and uneasiness about what's going to happen next, frankly. And there wasn't a real clear answer. Amy Klobuchar did say that she has been trying to reach out to the president's chief of staff, but something that Representative McCollum said that struck me, or Senator Tina Smith actually, was that Trump does not respond. Her words, not mine. Senator Smith called President Trump a bully, and that he doesn't respond to people who try and appease him. So certainly some strong rhetoric, but no real details about conversations that
see what
could take place.
We do stop these videos after the first gunshot. There you see federal agents shove someone, and Alex Pretti heads over to the area. At that point, federal agents try to take Pretti into custody, and the scuffle ensues.
The secretary, her claims, DHS's claims, are that he approached officers with a gun, that he approached officers with a gun. That does not appear in this video or the other two angles that we have. again, maybe there is some other video somewhere that we are not seeing, and if we get that in, that we will absolutely show it to you. But their claim is that Alex Pretti approached officers with a gun and that he intended to kill law enforcement. So again, we'll get that information to you and any other videos to you as soon as we have them.
Yeah, we keep looking for other angles. In that video, we do not see him with a gun. DHS says that they recovered a gun, but what we do know is that he is, according to Minneapolis police, a lawful gun owner with a permit to carry and a concealed carry permit. He has no criminal record, so there would be no reason that he couldn't have a gun. So we're going to continue to investigate what happened. We want to show you Alex Pretti, the 37-year-old Minneapolis resident who was shot and killed this morning. He worked as an ICU nurse and was known to people in his neighborhood as the man with the dog.
Yeah. We, again, like you said, a nurse since 2021. We do know that he worked at some point at the Veterans Affairs. He was a junior scientist with the U of M since at least 2012. That's the information that we have about him at this point. Right now, you're actually looking at a vigil that has started in, a protest, if you will, to honor the life of Alex Pretti. We will continue to monitor this as well. So far, protests have been peaceful down at the scene, but we do have a 5 o'clock newscast coming up, and so we will stay on the air with this, of course, and bring you the newest information as it's happening.
Yeah, this vigil happening right now. That protest at the scene has been underway since 9 o'clock this morning. When this shooting happened, many people out there for hours in this frigid weather, still -2 right now in Minneapolis, and it appears people will be out there through the night. We heard Brian O'Hara, the chief of Minneapolis police, talk about how they plan to keep people safe, keep it peaceful out there. They're going to have uniformed officers as well as National Guard troops that will be wearing neon vests, monitoring the situation, just maintaining that scene and making sure people can demonstrate but do so peacefully.
All right, we are going to take a 2-minute break, and we will be back with our 5 o'clock newscast coming up next.
Life's better when you're under our roof. Because we know it's more than a new home. It's really him. It's a new journey.
Welcome to the neighborhood, Jordan.
Thanks, guys. Whoa.
And when you feel protected, you can dream fearlessly.
Go long.
Bundle.
As this plays out, just what is happening, what is being said. And then you start to hear shots.
And we know that the Border Patrol has said that he resisted arrest, that he had a 9mm handgun, that Border Patrol agents fired defensive shots.
And they said this morning, Greg Bovino, who's head of ICE enforcement, he held a news conference, and he said that agents were approached by Alex Pretti with a gun, and that he violently resisted, and in Bovino's words said that he wanted to massacre law enforcement. But when asked questions, he said everything's under investigation. He was asked specifically when was the gun pulled out, and he did not answer that, saying that it's under investigation. So it's unclear. He had a lawful conceal and carry permit. Was that gun pulled out in that instance? What was the exchange of words on the street there? Again, we're talking probably about 20 seconds between when they were standing in the street watching the law enforcement action play out, and then all of a sudden the two people are face to face with the ICE agents.
All of this happens so fast. Not only did Greg Bovino mention massacre of law enforcement, he also said he intended to do maximum damage. So again, this goes back to, we're hearing one thing, we're seeing something else, and then we're hearing from other people. So it's just, we're just trying to put everything together. At this point, of course, the investigation very early, but right now you're looking at aerial view. This is at the scene, I believe, right, Ryan?
Yes.
Yes. The scene which was 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis. You could see a lot of people still out there right now.
I also want to mention that Alex Pretti is a U.S. citizen, and he was not the
The chaos that we are seeing is caused directly by ICE, Border Control, and this federal administration.
Okay, that was what the mayor, part of what the mayor had to say. Police Chief Brian O'Hara spoke after the mayor. The police chief very adamant that his goal is to keep our community safe. Very difficult work right now, considering 600 officers and how many people are on the streets at any time during these situations. Let's listen to what the chief said.
The loss of human life, yet again, is a tragedy. We pray all people can recognize that. And we extend our condolences, as the mayor has said, to the loved ones of the deceased. To the people of our city, we understand that the pressure has been building for weeks. We understand the hurt and frustration that this causes. But again, if you choose to come out, if you choose to demonstrate, peacefully assemble, do so lawfully. And understand that the men and women in this uniform standing here tonight are committed first and foremost to protecting the lives of every single person in this city.
Strong words.
Yeah, MPD Chief Brian O'Hara, a couple other things that the chief mentioned today is that the National Guard, who can't reiterate this enough, is going to be seen in the city of Minneapolis tonight. They are doing public safety work, so MPD can do other things. In addition, Hennepin County, Ramsey County, St. Paul, and other surrounding suburban police departments will be helping MPD tonight answering 911 calls. So this will not be National Guard answering these emergency calls. It'll be sworn police officers there to help you and protect you. He also mentioned that he called in the BCA as soon as they got word of this to come and process the crime scene so there could be a transparent and thorough investigation. BCA Superintendent Drew Evans said when they showed up, they were turned away by the federal agents and not allowed to get into that crime scene. Crime scene, let's say this, excuse me, scene of the shooting. And then they went and got a judicial warrant from a judge to try and get into an area that is public. It's at 26th and Nicollet there, and just to show them that they had the backing of a judge, and they once again refused to allow them access to the scene of the shooting where 37-year-old Alex Pretti was shot today while ICE was carrying out a targeted operation. They were going after, that man's been identified. Jose Huerta Chuma is who they were going after, described as an immigrant, an illegal immigrant with a criminal history of domestic assault, disorderly conduct, and driving without a license. We were not given information about whether Chuma was actually arrested, but that's when this all happened, shortly after 9 o'clock this morning.
And one of the comments we just heard from the chief, we know that there are very different opinions within people in Minnesota, obviously across the country, about what the federal government is doing right now in Minnesota, what they say their goals are. But the chief said, I think everyone can be just heartbroken by the loss of life. It should be. It is a trauma that you feel, that we all feel, and you could see it on their faces. And the pressure has been building for weeks.
And now reporter Rich Reeve is out live right now joining our coverage. Rich, where are you right now, please, and what are you seeing?
Kevin, I'm in Whittier Park, and people are gathering here for a rally in the area. I'm going to move out of the way so you can kind of see what's going on here. We're right by the IB World School, if you know where that is. And you might be able to see there are hundreds and hundreds of people here. We're seeing a lot of signs about ICE out, love in, ICE leave. These people certainly making it clear that they would like to see ICE leave our city. And we're waiting to hear what some of these folks are going to say. We believe they're going to have some speeches here. But certainly people are in quite a bit of shock about everything that's happened, including today. We spoke to some neighbors today of Alex Pretti, and they said he was a gentle soul, the kind of guy who would help anybody. And they were pretty shocked about what has happened here. They just don't understand what is going on in our city right now. They are planning another rally here in Whittier tomorrow afternoon in the neighborhood where he lived. You know, people just trying to understand what's going on at this point. Guys, back to you.
Rich, of course, Alex Pretti, a nurse, ICU nurse at the VA hospital. Rich, do you see much law enforcement present around there right now doing traffic or crowd control, or people kind of policing themselves?
No, people are policing themselves, and I think we see people in vests. We're not sure who these folks are. They seem to be working as some kind of security.
Today is
I will tell you, this has been a peaceful gathering.
I'm on 26th and Nicollet, and I did have a chance to talk to a business owner there. Just important context to remember that this shooting today happened on East Street, which is what the city touts as a cultural hub that people can take one another to when you have friends or family in town. I talked to a restaurant owner early today, and here's what he had to say.
Nicollet Avenue has been that safe space for so long. Immigrants of diverse people coming together for healing, for safety, for comfort, and now it's being violated right here in the heart of the city. But we're doing what we do best, protect our people, keep our people safe, and remember that Minnesota, this is one love and one Minnesota. We're leading with compassion, we're leading with community, we're leading with heart. Nobody's going to break the Minnesota one love.
And that was the owner of Pimento on Nicollet right there on East Street. But one more time, Frank and Derek, I want you guys to get a scope of the size of this crowd. And it is continuing to grow and fill this entire block. And again, the calls tonight are for ICE to leave. And many people say they're repeating a call for justice just 2.5 weeks after ICE killed one person in Minneapolis, just on the other side of town. It happened again once more in this community.
Yeah, and Adam, I don't think that rally was organized till about 2 hours ago, which makes the crowd pretty impressive. Thanks for your live report there. The mayor of Minneapolis and the Hennepin County Sheriff have both asked Governor Tim Walz to call out the National Guard for help.
This is some footage earlier showing military vehicles rolling into the Whipple Federal Building to relieve the deputies there. That's where our Connor White is live right now. Connor, what else has changed about that scene over the last few hours?
The scene itself has remained calm. We've actually gone into one of the public parking lots a little bit further away from the building to show you some of those military vehicles. These are National Guard based on the people that we can see in the front cabins of these trucks. They are in military camouflage with reflective vests. That is what state officials have said will denote National Guardsmen versus other kinds of military or law enforcement. We actually saw someone delivering pizza to those trucks just now, so presumably the area directly in front of Whipple remains calm at this time as some people continue to show up in these sub-zero temperatures. Now, it was here at Whipple that Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino provided a press conference, a delayed one, as there was one scheduled prior to the shooting of Alex Pretti. That is the 37-year-old who was shot and killed by a federal agent this morning. Now, Bovino, this was then echoed by Secretary Kristi Noem, presented without providing any kind of evidence that Pretti was there to try to harm law enforcement. This is a man who had a permit to carry and legally purchased that weapon, according to sources. Now, bystander video shows that as federal agents approach and pepper spray him, there is no gun in his hand that we can see. Bovino and DHS said that an agent with 8 years of Border Patrol experience needed to fire defensively, but when pressed on the videos that contradict his position online, he was quick to deflect, ultimately walking out of today's presser, only answering 2 questions briefly.
Commander, the videos that are publicly available directly contradict the speculation that you are putting out there at the moment. What comment do you have? Commander, there's no video supporting the way that you are addressing this issue.
Those questions not addressed at that time. We were ushered out of the room quickly, and Secretary Noem in a press conference just in the past hour that we showed you a snippet of, repeating the DHS line of events that he did as well. So clearly no difference in the version of events coming from the federal government, despite a litany of videos that are now on social media that we are looking into that show different angles that seem to contradict what they're putting out there, Frank.
All right, Connor, thank you. Speaking of, the Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem did just speak within the course of the last hour, and she addressed the shooting as well.
Here's some of what she had to say. A short
in the crowd. This is so peaceful, and it was so peaceful afternoon that you have to wonder if there is some self-policing going on, getting those agitators out of the community, knowing that we can't handle that as a community and as a state right now.
And again, a large crowd gathering in Whittier Park.
I believe we're getting ready to be able to go back to the scene of that shooting this morning. We know our Eric Rasmussen is there. I believe he's setting up his shot, but I can see in the corner of my eye that vigil and the memorial there at the scene only growing. So we have two locations right now: the scene of that shooting along Nicollet, and then also this at Whittier Park.
A lot of people out tonight in this cold, cold weather, and we're going to try and bring you the story from both of these scenes as soon as we can. Our Eric Rasmussen has been near 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis all day long, and I am just checking now to see, is Eric available? Okay,
we do not yet, but he does seem to be getting ready. You know, and we're all, you know, I'm on social media, people at home are on social media. I am seeing video of people within that area. There are some boards going up on windows, and very hopeful that that's not needed.
Yeah.
On businesses, very hopeful that's not needed, but everyone does remember 2020, and no one wants to see that happen again.
Yeah, that's the plea from everyone to keep the peace tonight. 5:09. And let's reset with what is happening right now. Within the last hour, we've learned the city of Minneapolis is asking a judge to issue a restraining order and to rule by Monday to force ICE to stop operations in the city.
Could we likely hear about that before Monday, or is this a situation where we have...
I was interested in that. I heard him say by Monday. I don't, maybe...
I mean, in an emergency situation, maybe we hear earlier.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. And Fry also said he expects the Trump administration to follow that order. There was a state request for a restraining order. That didn't go anywhere. So we'll have to see what happens with this. What you're seeing here on the right-hand side, about 9:03 this morning, ICE was conducting a targeted operation at 26th and Nicollet in South Minneapolis when a large group of demonstrators showed up. And this is video of agents on the ground with 37-year-old Alex Pretti. Pretti's an ICU nurse. He works for the VA, and he has been attending these demonstrations, according to his family. His father, Michael Pretti, lives in Wisconsin. He told the Associated Press he has been interested in this. Pretti does have a legal permit to carry a gun. Do not know if he brandished. Greg Bovino, the head of the U.S. Border Patrol, was asked that. He did not answer. He said that will be part of the investigation. But regardless, Pretti was taken to the ground by the federal agents and shot. In one video, I counted 9 or 10 shots.
This following a very chaotic struggle, which is what you see in that video, and you really can't tell why those shots were fired. We're hearing from Greg Bovino earlier today and from Kristi Noem, Homeland Security Secretary, that those officers felt their lives were in danger. What you're seeing right now on your screen, if you're just joining us, is a longer version of this video. This is what happened before the shots were fired, before that scuffle and altercation.
And let's listen to this. Listen to this audio as we watch this video from a different angle.
What the f is wrong with you? People, what the f is wrong with you? Honestly.
And that's when Alex Pretti lost his life. A lot of differing opinions about what happened in that scrum there.
Secretary Kristi Noem had that press conference about 4:15. She says, quote, this individual came with a weapon and dozens of rounds of ammunition and attacked them, end quote. She says, quote, this individual showed up to impede a law enforcement operation and assaulted our officers. They responded according to their training. This is a violent riot. When you have someone showing up with weapons and they are using them to assault law enforcement officers, end quote. Again, you're seeing the video with your own eyes. I'll leave it there.
Yeah. Let's hear what Kristi Noem had to say about that. Apparently we've got that ready.
We also recognize that the Minnesota governor and the Minneapolis mayor need to take a long, hard look in the mirror. They need to evaluate their rhetoric, their conversations, and their encouragement of such violence against our citizens and our law enforcement officers.
Kristi Noem going on to say that the things that they've asked from the governor and the mayor is, again, something we've heard repeated, is that they would, quote, partner with us, and before they let somebody dangerous out of their jails, that they would let us know so we can deport them out of our country. I do not know why they continue to choose the side of lawbreakers, criminals, murderers, and rapists over the citizens of Minneapolis, end quote.
Again, the rhetoric on both sides, pretty inflammatory. But just a difficult situation, uncharted territory.
With many Minnesotans just stuck in the middle of it.
Right, and I think it was Drew Evans who said, we want to avoid a standoff. Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota BCA. We want to avoid a standoff between local, state, and federal law enforcement.
Let's go ahead and listen to that, actually.
Yeah. We're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding, both in our state and across the country, that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be.
BCA Superintendent Drew Evans. One thing he also mentioned, uncharted territory. It's very common for the BCA.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead.
Has the right to keep and bear arms, including while attending protests, acting as observers, or exercising their First Amendment rights, end quote. Again, that's part of that quote. It went on to say, quote, these rights do not disappear when someone is lawfully armed, and they must be respected and protected at all times, end quote. However, hearing from the federal government and Border Patrol, they are saying, regardless of whether he had a right to have that gun, those law enforcement officers thought they thought their lives were in danger. So,
and Kristi Noem felt he did not have the right to have the gun at a peaceful protest.
Well, I don't know that. From what I read from that was she was saying if someone brings a gun to a protest, what are their intentions? That's what I read from her ex-post.
This, and Minnesotans can express their First Amendment rights and have our folks on the streets and get these people out of here. And so, Sean, if you want to talk a little bit, but the answer is yes, there's activated. He can talk to you about numbers.
To be clear, that they're activated different than having them staged.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the National Guard doing right now? So we have, we have been on state active duty for over a week. So we've had soldiers prepared in the metro area to respond in a much manner than if they were not mobilized. So we have a request from the Hennepin County Sheriffs to support them, and that is to help them free up additional resources for other work that they need to do. And we have started coordinating with them this morning on that, and that first area of support will be assisting them with their requirement to provide security to the Whipple building. So we'll be helping them there. And then we are in parallel planning with other organizations within the state of Minnesota, to include the State Patrol, the Minnesota DNR, and other local agencies to render assistance if requested.
Can you say how many are now employed?
I would say that the number that we have is adequate for the requests that we have right now, and I will also tell you that we are bringing more resources that will be able to respond in a timely manner that are not fully mobilized yet, but we are mobilizing more soldiers as we talk at this time. I'd like not to get into specific numbers for an operational security standpoint, but
and agents that were there and that kind of thing. So it's not like they have nothing to work. But what's probably missing, guessing here, but like casings, shell casings, things like that, and maybe some blood evidence, I don't know. But some things you would normally collect from the scene. It appears they haven't been able to do that. They just didn't have enough State Patrol to secure the scene.
Again, the victim in this case is just been identified by the Associated Press.
Street and the city. Officer ambulance to Hennepin County Medical Center, where he was later pronounced deceased. Based on the information that we have, which is very limited, this is a 37-year-old white male who is a Minneapolis resident, and we believe
how ready you are to talk about what you.
And then we're hearing from our local officials that in the middle of that, people who are in the country legally, who don't have criminal records, are getting swept up in that as well. And so that is where you have this disagreement in what's going on with this enforcement action.
And then that is where you have the then endpoint right here, which you're looking at, this aerial view of, you know, people responding, protesters out there feeling like they need to support in some way or let their voices be heard. As I mentioned, R. Kelly O'Connor, she was out there earlier this morning just talking to a bunch of people today, and I believe we have a soundbite from one of the guys that she did interview. If we can play that, let's listen to that right now.
I think to almost everybody, a video of an execution, I don't know if you really have another choice but then to show up for your community.
You said you don't want to be out here, but you are. Why did you feel like it was something you needed to do?
Well, Kelly, I don't want to be here because it's negative 10 degrees, but I don't know another way to show how much I'm hurting. I don't know a way to show support for the community other than to come to the site where something super tragic just happened about 2 hours ago. If I'm not here, I'm at home crying.
I know you said you live in the area, you weren't here when it happened, but you felt like you needed to be out here. Explain, how would you describe this community?
You know, despite what we're seeing at a national level, I keep telling everybody that this community is peaceful, this community is passionate, this community is protective of itself, and this community is coming together in a way that I didn't know a city was capable of. The way that protesters are organizing, the way that people are encouraging peace. Just now, we had like 15 people trying to put out a car. The reason the car was on fire is because ICE shot tear gas into it. So I think like a pretty beautiful display of what's actually happening here. And yeah, generally, what do I think about the community? This is my home, and now more than ever, I'm proud to live here.
Where do you think this community, this neighborhood, this city goes from here? What now?
I think that's a question that we're all reckoning with right now. I'm glad I'm not the one that has to answer it.
Okay, that was our Kelly O'Connell earlier out the scene. She was there early this morning and throughout the day talking with people in the neighborhood who had gathered about what they were feeling and seeing and just getting their impressions and what they're feeling over the duration of several weeks of having this ICE enforcement, which is the biggest ICE enforcement mission ever in U.S. history, with 3,000 agents in the metro for these detentions.
Yeah, Operation Metro Surge. We have heard people say, we have heard the administration say, you know, the largest, and we're on the ground to get all of these criminal aliens. We've heard them say off of the streets, but we've heard from the other side of, you know, we want ICE out of here. I do think it's important to go to Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino. He spoke earlier today. He did not take many questions. He only took 2 questions after reporters had asked about the gun in particular. So we want to play that for you, and then when we come out, we'll debrief a little bit. Let's listen into that.
Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here today. I'm Gregory Bovino, and I have the privilege and honor of leading United States Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection here in Minneapolis. Some of those brave men and women of Border Patrol and Department of Homeland Security law enforcement join me here today to show support for all federal law enforcement who have been under constant attack in Minneapolis for weeks now. This morning was no different. At 9:05 a.m. Central Standard Time, as DHS law enforcement officers were conducting a targeted operation in Minneapolis against an illegal alien, Jose Huerta Chuma. You can see this illegal alien on the screen to my left and right. That is Jose Huerta Chuma, whose criminal history includes domestic assault to intentionally inflict bodily harm, disorderly conduct, and driving without a valid license. During this operation, an individual approached U.S. Border Patrol agents with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The agents attempted to disarm the individual, but he violently resisted. Fearing for his life and the lives and safety of fellow officers, a Border Patrol agent fired defensive shots. Medics on the scene immediately delivered medical aid to the subject, but the subject was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 loaded magazines and no accessible ID. This looks like a situation where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. Then, about 200 rioters arrived at the scene and began to obstruct and assault law enforcement. Crowd control measures have been deployed for the safety of the public and law enforcement. This situation is evolving, and more information is forthcoming. The officer was highly trained and had been serving as a Border Patrol agent for 8 years. The officer has extensive training as a range safety officer and less lethal officer. As mentioned, this is only the latest attack on law enforcement. Across the country, the men and women of DHS have been attacked, shot at, doxxed, had their family members threatened. And, as we have seen, more than 100 vehicle rammings over the past year against federal law enforcement. We will not allow violence against our law enforcement officers, and we need state and local help. State and local law enforcement to help us coordinate to get violent criminals off the streets. Mayor Fry and Chief O'Hare just a few minutes ago did the opposite of that by omitting the fact that the suspect had a gun and magazines full of ammunition. In what looks like a situation, again, where an individual wanted to do maximum damage and massacre law enforcement. I want to reiterate what President Donald Trump, Secretary Kristi Noem, myself, Director Marcos Charles, and so many others have said time and again. If you obstruct a law enforcement officer or assault a law enforcement officer, you are in violation of the law and will be arrested. Our law enforcement officers take an oath to protect the public. We go to work every day to protect our friends, our neighbors, and our fellow citizens. The fact of the matter is that the law does not enforce itself. It takes men and women who are willing to risk their lives to enforce it. The men and women of CBP and ICE, law enforcement, are highly trained professionals who love this country and do this work because they want to leave their kids and their grandkids a country that's safe and secure. Questions?
All right, Allie, go ahead. One question. First question, when did Agent Roy Mackey have it done, and did he ever brandish that weapon at agents?
Allie, this situation, again, is evolving. This situation is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. This particular incident is being investigated just like we investigate other similar incidents like we've done over the past several years. It's in the hands of professionals. Those facts will come to light.
All right, going on to the next question.
So, did he have an additional gun, or was the gun moved from the scene? And I watched the video from start to finish of that woman who was wearing the red jacket, and it doesn't seem like he pulled the weapon at any point. So, does the account come from the agents? Did they say that he pulled the gun before, during, after? When does the gun come out?
Again, this situation's evolving. This is under investigation. Those facts will come to light. But let's take a look at the gun. You can see the gun here on the screen there that individual possessed. It appears to be a semi-automatic, high-capacity type, possibly a Sig Sauer 9mm.
So you were just listening to an earlier press conference. That was the commander of the U.S. Border Patrol. That was Gregory Bovino. You saw he only took those 2 questions on the tail end of his statement that he put out about what the Department of Homeland Security and Border Patrol agents say happened this morning around 9 o'clock. And we now know that 37-year-old Alex Pretti has lost his life because of what happened this morning.
The agent steps away from the scuffle as we hear gunshots. That's what you would be hearing if we had audio up right now. The video, as you saw, dips to the ground before we see another agent to the right there with a backpack on firing his weapon. Now, we asked defense attorney Rob Dorr for his perspective on the use of force here.
Ultimately, in order for officers to use deadly force, they have to have been in reasonable fear of imminent death or great bodily harm. And that's the threshold that has to be met. And at least what it appears to me, and I'm happy to be convinced otherwise, that at the time that the shots were fired, he had been disarmed seconds before.
So let's take another look. This is another video posted that shows a little bit clearer image, less than a minute long. You can see there again being pepper sprayed in the face. Then there is that struggle. And as we get into the struggle, I want you to keep an eye on that agent in the gray jacket there. He just kicked something out of the way. Then he reaches into the scuffle before coming up again with what appears to be a weapon in his hand. We paused it so you could see and zoom in there. And then he takes off and kind of leaves that scuffle area. Now, after the shooting, Homeland Security posted this photo of a gun they said the man had when he was killed. So this is what Dorr, who is also the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus president, saw in this.
That firearm matches the firearm that was put out by DHS in the photo. With the SIG firearm with the optic, same coloring, so it matched perfectly. So it seems reasonable to believe that firearm that they took a photo of was removed from Mr. Pretti prior to the shots being used.
Wow.
So again, some perspective there, kind of breaking it down. I'd asked him for an untrained eye, what it would look like to disarm someone, which is when he kind of walked me through step by step, pointing out the officer pulling that gun out, which is not something many of us in the newsroom initially saw when we looked at this. So he helped us break that down, and obviously he's an expert in firearms and understands and can recognize what he's looking at in the video.
And when we see that video, and I hear what he's saying, is it reasonable to wonder if the other officers knew that gun had been removed?
It's hard to know. And he said there's a lot of things we don't know about this. There's a lot we can't tell from the video. He said, there's questions that are still out there that we have to find out. We don't know whether other agents saw that gun come out, and how that played into the response that we saw, we don't know at this point.
And we don't know where the agent found the gun.
Yep, and obviously officials have not confirmed that that is in fact the same weapon. We don't know where on Mr. Pretti he had a weapon that DHS is saying he had. So there's just a lot we still don't know right now.
Right, and I think that's great perspective. And even we're hearing from the Minnesota Gun Caucus that the whole story isn't out there yet, but it is good to see him take that video and slow it down.
Yeah, that was really interesting. So still a lot of even more questions to be answered, it seems.
More questions.
Yeah. So Callan Gray, thank you very much. Callan's going to be with us all night long,
and
too.
that is video we're going to be seeing many times.
Yeah,
and it's
that was really interesting to see it broken down into that slow motion.
And you do see the gun removed, but we don't know if the other officers knew it was removed. And we don't know if they thought there was another gun. We know that they saw other magazines.
So Chopper 5 is up live now, or South Minneapolis. This is at what's being described as an emergency vigil for Alex Pretti in Whittier Park. You can see there's a bonfire going in the middle of the park right now as people gather around. It appears to be calm.
It does.
Right now, which is what everybody has been asking for. Our Rich Reeve was there, is there. Rich, let's go back to you right now. What's happening now?
Kevin, larger and larger numbers of people are showing up here. I just talked to a young couple and just asked them why they're here. And they said, you know, what's happened here today is not what America represents. It's not what we are as Minnesotans. And they wanted to come out to express their concerns and have their voices heard. I'm going to move out of the way again just so you guys can see the numbers of people that are here. It's increased pretty dramatically since we've been here in the last 20 to 25 minutes. I think people just want to express their concerns, have their voices heard. We're looking at signs that say, you might be able to see it right in front of me. ICE doesn't protect. ICE kills. Stop killing U.S. Stop killing us, please. ICE out. People are being very clear with their signage here about their feelings about these federal agents being in our city. And I think a lot of people just want to come out and express what they're feeling right now. There's a lot of, I think a lot of people have been thinking so much about this. You know, we had the shooting of Renee Good, and now this has happened. And the gentleman last week that was shot in the leg. A lot of people are wondering, you know, how this will continue. How will this end? And right now it seems like we're having almost a moment of silence here. A lot of people standing very quietly with their signs held high. But yeah, this gathering certainly has increased in size, guys.
Richard Reeve, we're at Whittier Park for a vigil for Alex Pretti, and there does appear to be a moment of silence. It's kind of unusual because all we've been hearing all day long are from the demonstrators at 26th and Nicollet are, you know, chanting and whistles and car horns. It's been very, very loud and music, but here, peaceful as people come together.
And it's like we've heard from so many people that there are so many emotions. People are angry, but people are heartbroken, and they're at the scene. We saw, you know, the agitators. We did see some chaos for a while, but then we also saw people on their knees at the scene in front of candles. We've seen a memorial being built, and this is a part of the voice that needs to be heard, the calm, the heartbroken, the moment our community needs, just like yesterday, the peace again today. Obviously, people are listening to our elected leaders right now and keeping the peace.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite of the chaos we saw earlier today. And
it's our home, and it's as we heard from the mayor. Regardless of who you think is inflaming tensions, maybe you think everyone is, the mayor did say, the only people hurt from violence are us. It's our home.
Exactly. A couple of things about tonight. You're going to see National Guard, who have been I don't know if deployed's even the right word, but we know they've been staged at the request of Hennepin County and MPD. They are in the city to help keep the peace, to help with public safety duties. MPD and Hennepin County are getting assistance this evening from Ramsey County, the city of St. Paul, other metro police departments to go on 911 calls, because the Hennepin County and MPD just have limited resources to do this. And on a night like tonight, you can imagine how many 911 calls are coming in.
On top of the traffic control and the crowd control, having all these people downtown Minneapolis at once.
And again, the state officers, State Patrol, are wearing the bright lime green jackets. The National Guard will be wearing those bright lime green fluorescent vests so you can distinguish them from the federal agents. The National Guard is there to keep you safe. And then you should be thinking about how to keep everybody else safe tonight as this story develops.
We have a comment from Alex Pretti's union, that is AFGE Local 3669.
Again, Alex was an ICU nurse at the VA Medical Center.
He said, the comment says, and I can't pull this up, I'm just reading this right now, but, quote, "We lost a friend, a colleague, and a fellow member." I'm not sure if it's AFSCE or AFGE. His name was Alex Pretti, a registered nurse who helped save the lives of veterans in the ICU. While the details of what happened earlier remain unclear, what is clear is that the occupation of Minnesota by the federal government is everything our founding fathers warned us against. We showed the world yesterday that Minnesota is ready to peacefully unite and protect our communities from federal government overreach and tyranny, and we will peacefully unite again tonight. Again, that coming from Alex Pretti's union, and you are seeing the beginning of that statement right now on your screen. And a lot of people within the union asking for people who maybe worked with Alex Pretti to share stories about him, tell more about him. We heard from his family that he cared deeply for people. He cared deeply about what's been happening, and that he was a part of the protest immediately after the shooting of Renee Good. So he has been a part of the city's reaction from the beginning.
His father said that his father, Michael, who lives in Wisconsin, said that Alex went back to school later in life and got his nursing degree from the University of Minnesota. And again, he works in the ICU, or did work at the veterans at the VA hospital in the Twin Cities. He said that he got his permit to carry about 3 years ago. His father, Michael, said he wasn't aware that he carried very often, but he had the legal right to do that. He enjoyed, he was an outdoorsman, like going on adventures with his dog, who he recently lost, according to the family. And when the family was actually found out about his shooting death by an Associated Press reporter, I would not want to make that phone call. And when they tried to get more information from Border Patrol, according to his father, they were given no information. And they finally called the Hennepin County Medical Examiner's office, who confirmed that a man in there did match the description of his son, Alex Pretti.
And the chief of police again saying, you know, wherever you fall on this, we can all agree that the loss of life is just terrible. And to see this person who worked with our veterans, and it was a nurse in ICU working to save lives, it's hard to come to grips with the fact that this is how his life ended, in such a violent scuffle. A trauma from watching this video, from watching the other videos that our community is feeling, that we're all feeling, regardless of where you fall on what's happening right now in our cities with the Operation Metro Surge. And we obviously heard from our law enforcement right now that they want that operation to end right now. But we've heard from the federal government that it will not end. In fact, Greg Bovino this week saying this will be over when every person in the country illegally is out of our country.
Right. And what you're looking at now as we prepare to send you off to ABC News for extended national coverage is a live picture from Chopper 5 of Whittier Park in South Minneapolis. There are two scenes, one at 26th and Nicollet, where Alex Pretti was shot about 9 o'clock this morning. And I'm assuming a lot of these people have come to Whittier Park for what appears to be right now a very peaceful and quiet vigil.
People across the country are following this. We have you covered here locally. Right now, we're going to go to World News Tonight, and we'll see you back after.
officers really cannot handle everything that is going on right now. They need extra resources. Other local sheriff's offices and suburban police departments have come in to help with 911 calls and to make sure that they can keep the city in a peaceful and safe arena tonight. They are creating this exclusionary zone around the scene, which is in South Minneapolis, East 26th Street and Nicollet. That's an aerial shot of the scene. MPD plans to create like a border around this where they will basically monitor the traffic that is going in and out so that residents can go to their homes, people can go to their businesses. They can also get first responders, fire officials, police officers in and out of that area if they need to, because earlier today they did declare an unlawful assembly. It is peaceful right now, but earlier this morning there was tear gas, the police chief saying that they were surrounded essentially by agitators who were throwing ice chunks and started 2 fires. And he says they will de-escalate as the first option because they want to keep things peaceful. They are asking the public to please protest, but protest peacefully.
Yeah, and we saw some of those videos over the air earlier this morning. We've been on since about, what, 10 o'clock this morning. So I believe there were dumpster fires that happened earlier today. And, of course, chemical irritants were dispersed. So we saw a lot of that play out here on the air. Kelsey, you mentioned that perimeter. I think we have a map. Hopefully we could pull that up for some of our viewers here. Yeah, so this is that vehicle perimeter. This is the zone, which includes Franklin Avenue to 28th Street and also 35W to Pillsbury Avenue. So again, those MPD officers and National Guard members, they will be present as this access is limited to only some of the residents, the workers there, and also just essential needs at this point.
Yeah, west of 35W there. We're not really sure when they are going to start to set that up, but we anticipate that it will be soon because this announcement was just made about 30 minutes ago, maybe an hour. Now it's hard to, I honestly am losing a little bit track of time, but it was within the last hour. But our Mike Manzoni has been out there on the scene and he hadn't seen any law enforcement officials yet, but we anticipate that they'll start moving National Guard folks in, local and state law enforcement in as well to control traffic in and around that scene, as tensions have been very high. This is the 3rd agent involved shooting in the city of Minneapolis with this Operation Metro Surge. And 2 of the shootings have been fatal, and those 2 were both people that were not the focus of an ICE detention. They were there as either protesters or observers. They were watching the ICE detention and then came face to face with ICE agents in interactions that are under investigation. I want to stress that. Drew Evans with the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension stressing that anytime you have a law enforcement officer involved shooting, these are very complex incidents regardless of the video that you see. But 2 of the shootings have been people who were bystanders, and then one has the one from January 14th included a man who was the focus of a detention. He was shot in the leg and has survived.
And to put some of that into perspective too, we heard from Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey, who said there have been 3 homicides this year in the city of Minneapolis, and 2 of them are ICE involved at this point. So that really does put it into perspective. Kelsey, you mentioned the BCA. It was very interesting to hear from Drew Evans, the superintendent of the BCA. We know this is a state law enforcement agency that conducts criminal investigations. And, you know, they normally conduct use of force, deadly incidents, those also including officer-involved incidents. But this time they are not involved in this, which has been very interesting to watch this kind of play out, especially in these ICE-involved incidents. Hopefully we have that queued up right now because he really walks us through some of what happened this morning, including including his agency going to a judge to get a judicial warrant to then go back to the scene. And if we can play that, producers in the booth, let's do that so then we can talk about it.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Drew Evans, and I am the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The public in the state of Minnesota expects that when a person is killed in one of our communities, an independent, thorough, and transparent investigation is conducted into that incident to fully understand what occurred when any law enforcement authority is involved in a deadly force encounter. Minnesotans not only expect this, but they deserve this. That's what our BCA Force Investigations Unit does. For years now, our independent unit has investigated the majority of use of deadly force incidents in our state. That's true for entities like the BCA, and it's common practice across the United States. That includes incidents involving federal officers and other high-profile incidents like have occurred in the city of Minneapolis and across our state, not only in recent months, but in recent years. Our highly trained independent team of investigators, crime scene personnel, are experts at conducting these types of investigations. This is all they do. We do not make decisions about guilt or innocence, but we compile the facts of the incident for review by proper prosecutorial authorities, both at the state and federal levels. This morning, I was in contact with the Minneapolis Police Department after the incident that you're all familiar with now. They requested our Force Investigations Unit respond to the scene and conduct such an independent investigation as we have in other recent incidents in the city of Minneapolis. What occurred was our team responded to the scene, and I was in contact with federal authorities to inform them that that was going to occur and that we were responding to the scene in Minneapolis. When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and were in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination. We have a long history of working side by side with the Federal Bureau of Investigation on all types of cases. That's true in other high-profile incidents that you've seen in officer-involved shootings, and that remains the case that we do and will be going forward. They're excellent partners to us as an organization, but unfortunately, in these recent events, others outside of the state are making decisions that that does not occur. So we will continue to investigate this case and others that we have recently been involved with, but I would be remiss if I didn't state that it will be difficult to obtain all of the evidence and information contained without cooperation. It is my understanding at this time that this case is now being led by the Department of Homeland Security Investigations as an investigation into this matter, and not the FBI leading that at this point in time. As the FBI gathered information and conducted crime scene evaluation, they left. After they left, we were attempting to move in to do our own scene examination once we can access the scene, but federal agents that cleared the scene, as was previously said, the state and local police that were on scene from the beginning of this, providing protection of that scene alongside federal agents trying to allow us to do our work, were unable to hold that scene, and it got overrun with protesters in the area, and we were not able to re-examine that scene. I'm aware, and our team is aware, of the videos that you've seen, and we would welcome additional information provided to our team going forward that will continue a full investigation to the best of our ability with what we have, and we will do that as we always have, fairly independently in that process and transparently as we do in every investigation, and provide that without recommendation to the county attorney's office for review. You know, we're in uncharted territory here. It's been a long-standing understanding both within our state and across the country that entities like the BCA that conduct 80+% of officer-involved shooting investigations across the United States are asked to do these investigations of federal agents involved in officer-involved shootings. There certainly can be a new process going forward if the federal government would like to do that and federal agencies, but that has not been a discussion that's been had so that we can provide clear understanding to citizens to understand what that process will be. And so we will continue to investigate this case. We welcome cooperation. I'd continue to ask that we provided access to any information that's necessary to do a complete investigation, and that we want to work together with all of our federal partners so that we can really understand what occurs in any of these cases. An officer-involved shooting is an incredibly complex incident, regardless of the video that you see. And the only way to really, truly understand what occurred is to have a full investigation of the matter so that we can really understand what we all see that happens in a very short period of time that is often incredibly complex and requires a very thorough and large investigation to really understand what occurs in those very few moments that we often see. We'll continue to pursue partnerships with our federal partners in these investigations and others going forward, as it's clear to us and it's clear to all of us in Minnesota that we at the state and local level have an expectation when something happens in our communities that an investigation not only is done by our federal partners, but also by state and locals into various incidents as we see them. The Bureau of Criminal Apprehension and our Force Investigations Unit is committed to continuing to work on these sorts of incidents and conduct those independent investigations at the request of our local partners. Whenever that happens, Minnesotans deserve that so that they can fully understand what occurred in each and every one of these incidents, so they can really have an understanding of what occurred each time something happens in our communities. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
So to be clear, you said you got a signed official warrant to gain access and were still denied by federal agents?
Yes, that's accurate. The question was, we had a signed warrant and we were still denied access to the scene. That's accurate, correct.
How uncharted is that? And have you had any contact? You said you understand DHS is leading now. Have you had contact since then? And is there any reason to believe that there is now a new way forward?
Yeah, the question was, have I had any contact since it's my understanding DHS is running this investigation? I attempted to contact the individual that I was told was the overall commander at the scene, and I have not received a call back from them. We will continue to work together to gather that, make that contact, and understand their process, but we have not had contact yet today.
How much investigative work were agents able to do at the scene and when they could get access?
We were not able to do really any work at the scene once we had access because it was quickly overrun and overtaken. That being said, we have been out talking to witnesses, gathering information, gathering various video, and we'll continue to do that work. You saw in the recent shooting in North Minneapolis, if and when it's prudent and we need to, we can always return at a different time if there's relevant evidence at the scene. The question is, do we know the identity of the federal agents involved in the shooting? Not only on this case, but the other two that have happened, the federal entity, Department of Homeland Security in particular, does not provide us that information. They have not provided us that information in this case as well.
Introduce yourself, please.
Yes, Channel 5. How will you be able to ensure a thorough and fair investigation if they weren't able to collect evidence and they could shoot?
Yeah. So the question is, how do we ensure a thorough investigation if we weren't provided access to the information? It's complicated. You know, that's why the long history of jointly working investigations when the federal entities conduct their own investigation is really important. And we have a long-established process of doing that, and we'd welcome that now, or we'd welcome parallel investigations where they share information with us. And to be clear, the BCA will share everything we obtain in our investigation with them. To say that we can do this in the manner that our team normally does, which is a very strict and established protocol, that obviously is disrupted. When we don't have access to the crime scene, we don't have the ability to map the scenes that we normally would in that process, so it will be compromised in some level of getting all of that. The hope is that we'll use all the different tools available to take different paths to do the best that we can with the information that we do have.
Preemptively knowing that perhaps you might be denied, and then secondly, can you share what agents were told on the scene by DHS as the reason that they were not allowed to access, or that your agents weren't allowed to access the scene?
So the question was about the warrant and then access to the scene. We took the step of getting the search warrant because we were denied access to the scene. So we thought that we'd be able to get access to the scene, much like we would anywhere else, by having an independent judge agree that we have probable cause to investigate the incident at the scene. That was provided the information to the Department of Homeland Security, and they said that this was a scene and matter being investigated by the federal government, and they would not allow us physical access to the scene.
So you arrived, just to follow up, you arrived at the scene, you were denied, you go to a judge, ask for a warrant, the judge grants that warrant, you show up with that, and you're still denied.
That's accurate. We were denied after we provided information we had a warrant. Please.
Minnesota Star Tribune. I'm not trying to be glib here. Has local law enforcement lost the ability to pursue the rule of law against these federal officers? I'm just trying to understand, what does that mean for this operation?
Yeah, the question was about, has local law enforcement lost the ability for the rule of law? I will tell you that I and other law enforcement leaders continue to have discussions about this. It is important for people to understand just across Minnesota that there are two different, sets of illegal entities in the United States that conduct law enforcement operations: state and local, and federal, and then tribal and territorial. Normally, and under normal circumstances, we work hand in hand in partnership on a variety of different criminal investigations.
Here expressing a wide range of emotions that have been building not just this morning but all month long.
And Eric, if I could follow up on that, when I was there, we saw this interesting dynamic between local police and federal law enforcement agents, and a lot of these protests were happening just as clashes between the federal agents and the protesters there. Oftentimes local police were nowhere near those scenes. What's that dynamic like right now and today as this is playing out?
It is just almost a surreal dynamic as I stand here, Joe. You don't have to point the camera, but I'm looking down the street. I see local law enforcement a block away, and that's the closest they've gotten all day long. The chaos that we showed you just moments ago was entirely between federal authorities and protesters. And to put it in perspective, we were here in 2020 during the unrest after the killing of George Floyd. That was a totally different situation, maybe as chaotic, but now the demands and the emotions we're feeling are notably different.
Eric Rasmussen, we're so grateful for your reporting, and you and your crew out there. Please stay safe for us. Thanks. All right, thank you. I do want to bring in ABC's Matt Rivers, who's been covering the situation in Minneapolis. Matt, you were there for 10 days. And one thing that you pointed out is this was really a city that was on edge.
Everywhere you go, it's the only thing that people are talking about. No matter where you fall on the political divide, it is
and if I get your name wrong, I apologize, sir. It's been a long day out here. But talking to him, he says he's an ex-Army Ranger. He talked about his experience overseas and why he wanted to come out here today. He said he wanted to come out here to speak to people, to see things for himself, call for accountability, and things like that. He talked about, his experience working overseas and what would have happened if his guys were involved in something like this. Take a listen to what he had to say.
We've been peaceful, and now this morning it was just unbelievable. I can't believe that video. If my guys did that and we were in the military and we were trying to, let's say, subdue a civilian in Afghanistan, and all of a sudden my guys just shot and then started shooting, there would be a court martial and there'd be accountability immediately.
Now, obviously, during that moment when we spoke to him, it was very intense. People were upset. They were yelling at these Homeland Security agents while they stood there. That we saw tear gas being thrown and pepper balls and things of that nature. Throughout the day, things have calmed down. The emotion is still there for a lot of people. We saw these rallies that happened earlier in the afternoon. Now, though, it has calmed down. It is quiet. People are walking. We're standing in the middle of Nicolet right now. People are walking up and down the street, talking with each other, sharing their thoughts, their emotions. But overall, a much more peaceful moment than it was earlier this morning, guys.
All right, Ian, and the weather obviously not stopping anybody from coming out today.
Yeah, very cold day. Community members are now saying that they were frustrated, though, and heartbroken. Tonight, they are demanding that federal agents leave Minnesota. Our Raya Katene is live and has more of their reaction. Raya?
Well, for most of the day, you guys, people have been gathered out here at this intersection, 26th Street and Nicollet. And you can see behind me this barricade of dumpsters and garbage cans is still out there. But now most of the crowd has actually moved about 100 feet or so to kind of the middle of Nicollet. This is where most of the crowd is now standing in unity, in solidarity. It's much more quiet at this point. And people have described this to me as much more of a vigil because it's much closer to where the shooting actually happened. And off to the right-hand side is Glam Doll Donuts. This is one of the businesses on this stretch of Nicollet known as Eat Street that has now opened its doors, not for business, but just to simply let people in, come inside for a moment or two to warm up. They have things like hot coffee, hot water, some hand warmers. And I've spoken to a number of protesters who are out here today, and they tell me they are extremely frustrated and angry that we are once again at this point where they say, you know, another Minnesotan has died at the hands of a federal agent. They tell me that they want to keep things peaceful out here. That is why they are out here, and they say they will remain out here for as long as it takes until ICE gets out of Minnesota and they see the change that they want to see. At this point in time, I do not see any sort of police presence out here, whether that be federal agents or local agencies. All we see is a large crowd of people. Now we can hear a little bit more vocally some of the sounds that they're making. Earlier it was a lot of chanting and such, and now it has gotten a lot more quiet. But every now and then there is a chant that will kind of erupt, and again, more people just kind of milling around and showing up here on Nicollet.
Mariah, we know you just mentioned that you don't see any local or federal law enforcement on the scene. We do know that Mayor Fry has asked for the National Guard's help, and we do know that Chief O'Hara has said that they are going to set up a vehicle exclusionary zone where you are tonight, and that there would be both Minneapolis police officers and National Guardsmen wearing yellow vests that would be policing the area to make sure that the protest stayed safe. You have not seen any of those people show up on the scene, and if you do, will you please let us know?
Rena, you were cutting out there for a little bit, so I'm not sure I'm completely understanding your question, but if you're asking, you know, you've mentioned that we've heard from local officials that they say they will be here and setting up sort of a perimeter, whatever that may look like, using the National Guard resources. I have not seen that at this point in time.
All right, Raya, thank you.
Tonight, we are learning more about Alex Pretti, the man who was shot and killed this morning by federal agents. KARE 11 investigative reporter AJ Legault joining us now. I understand that you went to his neighborhood. You spoke to some people who knew him. They are just entirely shocked by this.
Yeah, Morgan, this afternoon I went out to the Lyndale neighborhood. That's where the 37-year-old, his name's Alex Pretti, as we've been reporting, that's where he lived. He owned a condo there. His neighbors actually let out screams when they learned that he was the man they had been watching on these social media be killed.
Who knew him? Neighbors welcomed me and a handful of other journalists out of the cold and into their home.
I talk to Alex every time he's out walking his dog.
Really?
He lives right there.
Jeannie Weiner had seen the video of the federal agents shooting Alex Pretti, but had not yet put two and two together.
So I didn't know that was our Alex.
Our Alex, she said. Our neighbor.
That's how crazy it's gotten, that it's just getting way too close, that now it's just right here. That people that I know, good people, are being shot. And I don't think he was a threat to anybody. I don't think that he was a threat to anyone.
I live across the street and up a couple houses from Alex.
Holly Reckel is the president of the Lyndale Neighborhood Association.
I'm kind of shocked. I mean, just as I learned that it was my neighbor, I was watching the videos that seemed like he wasn't a violent threat. So, and I'm shocked that this happened, actually.
Oh my gosh. All I know is that he's been a good neighbor. I talk to him over the fence all the time. He walks his dog. He's a registered nurse. I don't know what else to say. It's just, it's senseless.
The neighbors I spoke with were surprised that Alex was even at the scene of a protest. Now, his father told the Associated Press that Alex had participated in protests following the killing of Renee Good, and they'd had conversations about him not engaging or doing anything stupid. We've learned Alex was an ICU nurse who had even worked for the federal government at the Department of Veterans Affairs, where he certainly would have been subjected to in-depth background checks. We know he had a permit to legally carry a firearm. But guys, it's just really striking that this man whose job had been to care for our nation's veterans is someone the federal government's now trying to spin as a domestic terrorist.
And obviously, from the videos we've seen, was trying to care for someone on the scene at the time. So, and it must be shocking for people. When I know you hate to be the one to deliver bad news, but when you go to the door and someone hears that someone that they know is involved in something like this, I can only imagine it was.
They're certainly going, wait a minute, you mean Alex? Alex upstairs, Alex?
Yeah.
That was the response, and they just heard, oh, it was bad.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Our hearts go out to them. Thanks, AJ. Many people witnessed this morning's shooting. Jessica Hart heard from people who say that they were the first ones on the scene, and she joins us live now with what they saw.
Yeah, we talked with her hours ago, just shortly after that shooting, and she was very emotional. And she came down here to be with the people. And when I say here, this is where we're at. We're at 27th and Nicollet. There's a small group of protesters still here. The woman we talked with has since gone home for the night, but they built a pretty big barricade filled with wood pallets, dumpsters, chairs, and tables that look like they're from restaurants. Now they have some firewood also over here as well. They have a small fire going, so that's kind of where the small group is congregating. But the woman I spoke with this morning, she said it was really important for her to stay in the area after it happened, to be with the community. This is what she said she saw.
So I'm crossing 27th and I hear gunshots, and a lady came running down the street and grabbed me and hugged me, and they tear gassed her. And I looked down the street, I went down the street, and he was laying in the street. He was laying at the bus stop, and there was no chance because there were so many holes and blood. And I think it's wrong. I hope he wasn't scared, and I hope he went to heaven right away.
Now, we haven't seen any sort of law enforcement since they left this intersection several hours ago, but we do see some off in the distance. It's very hard to tell from this distance. I'm not sure if you'll be able to see it. We do see some Minneapolis police squad car lights down there. I believe that is 28th in Nicollet down there, but they're still kind of keeping a ways back. But as you see, no one's really able to get through here because of the barricades that these protesters have built. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Jessica.
Right now, the Department of Homeland Security is giving its account of the second fatal Minneapolis shooting by a federal agent amid the unrelenting ICE surge. Lauren Lemanchek joining us now with that. What did Secretary Noem have to say, Lauren?
Well, Rena, DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said agents acted in self-defense. She went on to criticize Governor Walz, blaming him and local officials' rhetoric and those resisting ICE agents for the killing. Here's how she said the encounter with Alex Pretti unfolded.
An individual approached U.S. Border Patrol officers with a 9mm semi-automatic handgun. The officers attempted to disarm this individual, but the armed suspect reacted violently. Fearing for his life and for the lives of his fellow officers around him, an agent fired defensive shots. Medics were on the scene immediately and attempted to deliver medical aid to the subject, but he was pronounced dead at the scene. The suspect also had 2 magazines with ammunition in them that held dozens of rounds. He also had no ID. This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at this scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
Now, notably, when asked if there is any evidence Pretti brandished his weapon or threatened agents with it, neither Noem nor Border Patrol Chief Greg Bovino said that he did. And that appears to be what several viral videos show of the shooting. Our Chris Rapsky's been monitoring those and has a breakdown of those videos.
From this video, you can see Pretti holding a phone up and directing a car through traffic. Moments later, a woman says something to a federal agent and is shoved to the ground. Pretti touches the agent's arm and holds his own arm up in defense as an agent sprays Pretti's face. Pretti is sprayed again, pushed, and then pulled off the woman as he clings to the woman's backpack. Pretti is taken to the ground. On his knees, he appears to resist detainment. From another angle, you see a man in a gray coat with nothing in his right hand walk around Pretti and reach toward his belt area. Seconds later, you can see a gun in that man's right hand being taken away from the scrum. Back to the other angle. Shoot. Okay, there was another two other angles there that we wanted to show you, specifically at the end, right before Pretti is shot on the ground. There is one agent who takes a gun out of a holster. It's unclear where the first shot is fired. But what I can tell you is there is no camera angle that we have seen that shows Pretti holding a gun or taking his own gun out of his waistband or holster at any point during that video. That one officer we showed you looked like he took something out of Pretti's waistband and walked away with it. So a lot of this is unclear at this point. There's also another camera angle that we didn't show you guys because Pretti has already been shot and he is lying on the side of the street there. But one of the agents who is trying to issue aid to him, who is trying to help him, says, "Where is the gun?" And he sort of rolls Pretti over a little bit, and somebody says, "The gun is over there," meaning somebody had already taken it away. So we just wanted to make sure that we showed you the evidence as you can see it on social media and as we can verify it frame by frame so far, guys.
Thanks, Chris. We presented some of this evidence to some of our use of force experts. I've been speaking with them throughout the day. A former FBI agent told me, based on the scrum that he saw, he knows that these situations happen quickly. And he said that officers have a split second to react. Tonight, another one of our use of force experts added his thoughts.
Not uncommon or unusual for a officer to perceive one thing or to perceive that there's an immediate threat to his safety or life, despite what the videos may depict. Because all we have right now is a lot of unknowns. We all understand that.
Now, just within the last hour, we did hear from local leaders again who officially requested the Minnesota National Guard's help to reinforce local law enforcement in Minneapolis.
In that news conference, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey says he will also formally ask a judge to rule on a temporary restraining order in an effort to halt federal operations in the city. And one question from a reporter sparked a sharp response from Frey and Senator Amy Klobuchar. Would the Trump administration actually follow a court order if a restraining order is granted? And here is how Mayor Frey responded.
The question is, will this administration abide by a court order? These are the underpinnings of our democracy, of our republic, and of this Constitution. The answer better be yes. Whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, you abide by those court orders. The answer.
Governor Walz and other state leaders also reacting to today's shooting, many firmly pushing back at the federal government's account of what happened. Kent Erdahl joins us with what they had to say. Kent?
Yeah, Governor Walz took the podium here at the Emergency Operations Center about 1:30 this afternoon. After that, we also heard from the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, Drew Evans, and I want to start there because we were just talking about the legal process, and the superintendent said that they had a judicial warrant to try to enter this crime scene and begin an investigation, which they would typically do under any normal circumstance, investigating this officer-involved shooting in Minneapolis. But he said we are now in uncharted territory because of what they encountered when they arrived. Take a listen.
I've seen the videos from several angles, and it's sickening. But I have a strong statement here for our federal government. Minnesota's justice system will have the last word on this. It must have the last word. As I told the White House in no uncertain terms this morning, the federal government cannot be trusted to lead this investigation. The state will handle it, period.
Okay, that was Governor Walz who spoke earlier, and he was talking about trying to establish that investigation. But again, Drew Evans, the superintendent of the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension, got up about an hour later to describe what they've encountered already when it comes to this investigation. In fact, from the very beginning, and I want you to listen to what he said.
When our team arrived, they were blocked by federal agents with the Department of Homeland Security from accessing the scene. We worked with them and we're in contact with the FBI, trying to attempt to access the scene so we can gather evidence to understand what occurred and work through this process. Our team also secured a search warrant for the scene, which is an unusual move in a public area like that, but we did that attempting to have judicial approval to enter this scene to gather evidence. We were once again blocked by federal authorities to go in and do that scene examination.
Again, that is Drew Evans, who would typically be leading one of these investigations on behalf of the BCA in Minnesota. And again, he's called this uncharted territory. There's simply no precedent in his 20 years or anything that he's heard from around the country when it comes to what's going on right now with the federal government saying they've got it. He said he tried to reach out to DHS to talk to them to find out if they're establishing some kind of new standard. He said that would be, in theory, fine if they could communicate that. He said they haven't even answered his calls. So instead, he and the governor are calling on others to submit video and to do what they can to preserve any kind of evidence and have any kind of investigation, which is extremely difficult at this point. Now, one thing that they talked about after these news conferences on background was with the National Guard and the call-up that we've had, because it concerns what's going on around that scene. We had a discussion with some members of the National Guard about what we'll be seeing in that area for members of the public in Minneapolis and what you can expect to see from the National Guard. They said again, and they reiterated what Minneapolis police said, in that they will be wearing high visibility vests and they will be largely limited to that area around the shooting and that zone that they're trying to keep traffic away from, largely doing traffic control and supporting Minneapolis police. There's one other mission that the National Guard will be part of, and that is securing the Whipple building. And I'll turn that back over to you because I think we'll have more information on that coming right up.
Ken, I just want to have one point of clarification here. At the very least, the FBI would normally be investigating this, but Drew Evans said that's not the case. It would be DHS itself investigating?
Again, he was told, and as we've heard, DHS says they are investigating. That's essentially all he knows because, again, he said he's reached out to try to talk to who he thought was the lead investigator, and he has not heard anything.
All right, Kent, thank you.
Well, as you just heard there, Kent briefly mentioned, the National Guard is mobilizing at the Whipple building in Minneapolis at the request of Minneapolis and Hennepin County leaders. Our Megan McPherson is live there now, joining us with the details. Megan?
Yeah, hey guys, we have seen that presence from the National Guard out here at the Whipple building this evening, and you can see it right here behind me. Photojournalist Jenny's gonna zoom in here so you can get a look, but we know that Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara said that in order to distinguish themselves from ICE agents, these National Guard members are wearing those orange reflective neon vests, again, in order to distinguish themselves, and I do see one of those members right there. And we also know that the National Guard is mobilizing to help support local law enforcement because they received that request from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office earlier today, and I do see some vehicles here from the Hennepin County Sheriff's Office. So there is certainly a presence from local law enforcement here. And as far as what we're seeing out here in terms of the protest situation at the Whipple building this evening, it is obviously very cold. There has been a solid, steady group here, and I actually had one protester just a little bit ago talk to me about how throughout the day there have been several people being released from ICE custody. It's not clear exactly, why they were detained, but we have seen several people coming out without their coats on, coming out into the cold, into the elements. Actually, right now I'm seeing a National Guard member bring out one of those people who was being released from detainment, and I just saw her hug somebody here. So that is what we have seen out here really in just the last 30 minutes that we have been here on the scene here at the Whipple building. But things here are calm. Actually, a lot of the people that have gathered here are supporting one another with food, drinks, warm, really anything to keep each other warm, and people also going back to their cars and then coming back out here this evening. But from what I have seen, all things seem to be peaceful out here. Morgan, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks, Megan.
We do have plenty more on this story. When we come back, we're going to head live to the vigil that's underway right now for Alex Pretti.
Plus, the local NAACP leaders speak out on what happened today. Stay with us.
Pretti here. Looking for a good deal on sofas? Dock 86 has over 140 unique styles. Check out these sofa deals. Dock price $6.99 or less. Like this modern classic sofa, just $5.99. Plus, get 3-year special financing. For the best selection of sofas at the best prices, shop Dock 86.
Save thousands on a new swim spa this week. See the latest models.
Videos and all the evidence that we can before you draw some conclusions. You have to kind of be a little bit open-minded. But right now, there's very different stories coming from DHS and, of course, from local leaders as well.
Yeah, it's important to mention that Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino, he did say that Pretti resisted. He mentioned that the patrol agents then fired those defensive shots. So then that goes to the narrative on both sides here, as we have constantly seen this sort of split happening, as this is the third incident involving federal agents at this point. We do want to take you to our reporter, Mary McGuire. She was in the room for the press conference that happened sort of, what is it, maybe like 45 minutes-ish or so. With, you know, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry and also some state representatives as well. Mary, what really stood out to you?
Well, Mayor Fry opened his press conference saying that the city of Minneapolis will be asking a federal judge for a temporary restraining order come Monday to end the ICE surge here in the state of Minnesota immediately. I'm struck because I was in this exact same room almost a week ago when Attorney General Keith Ellison, Mayor Fry, and the mayor of St. Paul, Kali Hur, they asked for the same thing to happen. And of course, we know that ICE surge has not stopped. ICE sending an additional 1,000 troops to Minnesota to conduct this immigration enforcement. He also announced that he is asking he's made a formal request to the governor's office to have the Minnesota National Guard come into the city and help local law enforcement. They said that their local resources are stretched thin throughout everything that has been happening in the city. And one of the main duties that they will be conducting is traffic enforcement, at least initially, around that shooting scene. I was out there for much of the day today, and we already saw kind of the startings of that plan. Many Minneapolis police squad cars on the surrounding streets, making sure that vehicle traffic didn't get in to that protest and memorial site that has now been erected there around 26th and Nicollet Avenue. So at least initially that is the plan. But of course, I know these officials are thinking about what will happen after dark tonight. And they want to have that personnel there on standby, at least to help with the vehicle traffic in the area. We also heard from Senator Amy Klobuchar, Senator Tina Smith, Representative Betty McCollum, and Representative Kelly Morrison. We asked them directly if they have spoken with the Trump administration or if they're willing to have any collaboration with the Trump administration amid this immigration crackdown here in the state of Minnesota. And Amy Klobuchar said that she has been reaching out to President Trump's chief of staff. She didn't elaborate on those conversations, but she did say that she has at least attempted to have a conversation with them about the enforcement that's been happening. They echoed many of the same things that we heard from those elected officials in the wake of the shooting of Renee Good, asking for ICE to be out of the state of Minnesota immediately. We, of course, know that that didn't happen. And they were asked what the end game is here. And let's take a listen on what they had to say about that.
What do you think the end game is for Donald Trump at this point? What is he hoping to accomplish with this? Anybody out there?
I don't think anybody knows.
I don't think anybody.
Look, I do not pretend to know what Donald Trump is thinking. I do know what they're saying publicly. And on the one hand, they are talking about this being an action that is required for safety, and it is doing exactly the opposite. It is creating danger in our state. Again, if this were about safety, there would be many, many options. Our governor has stated, I have stated, we are very much willing. In fact, we have been working with them to apprehend violent offenders, to prosecute these cases, to get criminals off of the streets. That is not what we are talking about right now.
I know our end game, and our end game is to keep Minnesota safe. And so we are asking that ICE get off of our streets and out of our state. Thank you.
So again, they are asking the federal government to stop this ICE enforcement, but no real concrete plan as to what will happen next. So I think a lot of Minnesotans are feeling anxiety and uncertainty about what could happen next across the state. We have seen this crackdown impact so many communities here in the state of Minnesota, and then a second fatal shooting happening at the hands of a federal law enforcement agent. Police Chief Brian O'Hara also adding that so far in the year 2026, there have been 3 homicides in the city of Minneapolis, and 2 of those have been ICE related.
Yeah, and when we talk about what will happen next, I think they're trying to take it step by step at this point, and you have to address tonight as it's getting darker outside, and we know that, you know, MPD has requested, and so did the city of the National Guard coming in to help because they're already stretched thin.
They are already stretched thin. And one thing we do keep hearing is, you know, hear one side say they want the temperature turned down, then the other side says the same thing, or we need to meet in the middle, or, you know, whatever, but that doesn't happen. I think it's just a lot of finger pointing over and over and over again with no real progress on trying to bring this thing to either an end or some sort of peaceful situation.
And I think that might be the frustrating part. And Mary, since you're still here with us, I know you were out there at the scene earlier at 26 and Nicolette in South Minneapolis. Is that where you were hearing from some of the residents and people who live here in Minneapolis?
You know, I think from the people who are going out to protest, they are definitely on one side of the issue, but I think you have another faction of Minnesotans, maybe people who live in the suburbs who are watching this all play out, but are seeing their daily lives impacted by all of this. You know, stores being shut down, different protocols in place, especially in the school districts. I'm thinking of families who have children who have moved to e-learning and, you know, a variety of closures that have happened. So from that section of our viewership, I'm definitely hearing a lot of frustration and sort of struggles with the uncertainty of the situation. But those people that are going out to the streets to protest what has happened here today, they definitely have very strong views. They echoed a lot of what I heard from the elected leaders here today, that they want ICE out of the city immediately.
Yeah, tell the 2 sides.
Absolutely.
Once again, yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Mary. You know, and she mentioned some of the folks that are impacted by this. We did have an interview earlier, and it just struck me. It was a woman who was kind of hanging out her window watching the whole thing, and she was surprised and stunned at everything that was unfolding right in front of her apartment there. But she was like, why would you bring a gun? Why would you bring a gun to this situation? And then she was like, you know, is anybody even going to live in any of my properties, assuming she's some sort of a landlord? So, you know, it has long-term, you know, implications as far as, you know, people now, is Minneapolis safe, you know, and the property owners are like, is anybody going to rent for me? This is my livelihood. So a lot of impact on a lot of people just living in and around Minneapolis in that area there.
Yeah, I think it's so interesting how things could turn in a second, right? Because if you think about that particular area, they were just, you know, doing business as usual this morning, and now all of a sudden you have things blocked off. There's a perimeter at this point. We have memorials at this point. We have seen that over the last couple of weeks. And when we talk about impact too, think about, like, as Mary mentioned, e-learning, some people who are staying home now, working from home. There's been like a domino effect because there's been so much on the city and on the state at this point. We know Operation Metro Surge brought in thousands of agents for their immigration crackdown, and we have just seen the response from a lot of people.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we have Paul Bloom in the newsroom, and he's one of the Fox 9 investigators who recently spoke to the former Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection, which oversees ICE and Border Patrol, about the ongoing operations in Minneapolis.
And of course, we know it was the Border Patrol involved in today's fatal encounter. So, Paul, what did he have to say?
Yeah, Simone, Karen, good evening to both of you. Now, it's important to note here our Fox 9 investigative team spoke to Gil Kurlikowski in the aftermath of Renee Good's fatal shooting earlier this month. You know, he served as a Commissioner of Customs and Border Protection about a decade ago, from 2014 to 2017. He told us the first policy for DHS, Homeland Security agents, and Customs and Border Control is de-escalation. De-escalate these situations that could lead to the use of force. And he was frank. He did not see evidence of de-escalation.
Alex's family, his parents, Michael and Susan Pretti. We'll get that for you in just a minute. We want to make sure that we have all the details of that. And we will also be back with a look at your local forecast.
Right now at Home Sleep Express, when you spend $4.99 or more, pay nothing down, nothing.
Not a crime to be near police officers. It's not a crime to be in a protest with a firearm. The crime comes when you actually, take that firearm and cause somebody to be in fear of death or great bodily harm, or otherwise threaten them. That's the crime.
Got to apologize there, guys. That was Rob Dorr, the gun rights advocacy group. I want to re-cue that sound from Kurlikowski and come back. But
close to where the shooting
half a
happened.
block, about half block, so real close.
Yeah, and we do have a photographer who is on his way right now who can hopefully give us some of those on-the-ground shots there, but it did look like there was a pretty big crowd out there
Pretty big gathering there, and I'm assuming that that's because they're putting up kind of a perimeter around the scene where the shooting happened this morning. That's MPD doing.
You were there with Jana, Joe. Can you just walk us through what happened?
Well, yeah, Morgan, my photographer Jason, I, and Jana, as you mentioned, got on scene at 9:15 right after the shooting happened, and immediately it was an extremely volatile situation. We saw protesters and federal agents getting into the face of one another, and then Jana was tear gassed by federal agents while she was standing behind the police tape, simply observing what was going on. Protesters then quickly set up a makeshift blockade with trash cans and whatever they could find simply to block cars from exiting. For hours, as protesters clashed with local, state, and federal law enforcement, tons of chemical irritant was deployed to try and disperse the crowds, a car even catching on fire at one point.
So this is now the fourth time that I've heard of them throwing this. It's a specific green gas. They've been throwing this at us in this city, in residential neighborhoods. They did it again today.
My hope is that we all are doing our part to make sure that this violence stops. It has to stop.
The deployment of chemical irritant occurred for more than 4 hours this afternoon until law enforcement left the scene. Rena?
Well, Joe, it was, like you said, very volatile, and we appreciate you being out there today. And we heard from Jana and that experience today. Thankfully, it is staying quiet right now. All right. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah, well, just within the last 15 minutes, the family of Alex Pretti released a statement. So this is from Michael and Susan Pretti. They say, quote, "We are heartbroken, but also very angry. Alex was a kind-hearted soul who cared deeply for his family and friends, and also for the American veterans whom he cared for as an ICU nurse at the Minneapolis VA hospital. Alex wanted to make a difference in this world. Unfortunately, he will not be with us to see his impact. I do not throw around the hero term lightly. However, his last thought and act was to protect a woman. The sickening lies told about our son by the administration are reprehensible and disgusting. Alex is clearly not holding a gun when attacked by Trump's murdering and cowardly ICE thugs. He has his phone in his right hand, and his empty left hand is raised above his head while trying to protect the woman ICE just pushed down, all while being pepper sprayed. Please get the truth out about our son. He was a good man. Thank you." End quote.
Again, that is his parents, and we just got that statement in the last few minutes. We do have more team coverage of this deadly shooting. It will continue after the break. Stay with us.
To Leo, buy one, get one snacks means maximizing his savings potential. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Coaches help shape who many of us are today. Pay tribute to the coaches that have made a difference in your life. Submit your story at care11.com/thankyoucoach and we'll celebrate them during the Winter Olympics on Care 11. Sponsored by Shriners Children's Twin Cities.
Chevy is more than just a name you can trust.
Level of vitriol coming from both sides, it almost feels like a matter of time before something like this, something like what we saw today, happens. And I think when you're talking about the weariness of the city of Minnesota, you certainly have the spirit of protest, which you're seeing tonight with Eric Rasmussen on the ground there, but you also have a weariness in the city of Minnesota that enough is enough. How do we move past this? How do we move forward? What is the end game here? And frankly, we don't know, because if you have the federal presence saying we're not going anywhere, we're doubling down, well, they're going to be met with protesters. And as long as those two realities exist, then Whit, I don't really see how there's an off-ramp here.
Yeah, we know there's so many strong opinions on all sides. I know while you were there were counter-protests, people on different sides of the issue and whether ICE should or should not be there in Minneapolis. But there's another group of people who are hiding, living in fear right now.
I mean, the other main character in this story are the migrants that are being, sought by DHS. Some of them would say that they're in the country legally, that they came through the proper ways, and yet they're still hiding in their homes, quite literally afraid to go out. Those are the people we also need to keep in mind.
All right, Matt Rivers, we appreciate your reporting. We do move on now to some of the other news that we're following here. A crowd of demonstrators also braving the cold, turning out to protest the deadly shooting in Minneapolis. But this is in New York, and ABC's Ike Ajachi has more on that story. Ike.
We are here in Lower Manhattan, where a group of protesters has essentially gathered here right near Union Square to protest the actions of ICE earlier today after the fatal shooting from federal officers of 37-year-old Alex Pretti earlier today in Minneapolis. You can see dozens of protesters are walking all throughout the streets here, making their voices heard, demanding that ICE be abolished and demanding that lawmakers address these issues. Now, even though they are walking all throughout the streets, there is a faction of police officers, as you can see right behind me, maintaining order. They've been marching here alongside them on these streets, making sure that traffic isn't stopped and making sure, again, that order is maintained. But what we're seeing here is a spontaneous gathering of protesters who feel that not enough action is being taken, and who want to see lawmakers or anybody start to make some change.
Ike Ajachi, thank you. Let's get to ABC's chief investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky. Aaron, the circumstances we know are still developing, but what are your law enforcement sources telling you about this investigation?
They're taking a look at the same video that we're seeing, Whit, and raising some questions about the use of deadly force, which police officers by training are taught is only to be deployed to stop an immediate lethal threat. And once that threat is neutralized, police officers are supposed to stop shooting. Now, there are differences in training and experience between police officers and federal law enforcement officers who are carrying out the immigration agenda of the administration. Police officers are trained in de-escalation, they carry less lethal weapons, and they have experience in crowd control and in high
beginning of
lot of shouting there, a lot of chants. But she did say that the crowd is moving. We're presuming that that is because that perimeter is being set up, that vehicular perimeter, vehicle perimeter that the chief of police said would be set up around 26th and Nicollet to kind of protect that area there, along with the guard helping out with that as well. And so the woman on the megaphone did just say that they're going to have to move back just a little bit.
Yeah, and I just saw a photo from one of our photojournalists who took a picture of an armored vehicle, looks like a National Guard vehicle from Franklin and First Street, which will then probably mean that they are getting ready to move in and having to move some of those protesters out, because we do know that this zone includes Franklin Avenue to 28th Street and also 35W to Pillsbury Avenue as well. But at the same time, that's interesting because we heard all of that and we're seeing some of the movement, but we're also seeing this shot there on your right-hand side of this memorial that is growing right now. You can see the candles are lit, you know, some of the flowers, and
a lot of people just standing around and not moving.
Exactly.
So it's a little unclear from our vantage point exactly.
But maybe that's just how big the crowd is as well, because we see some movement, but then, it doesn't look like anyone is moving on the right-hand side as well. So this will be kind of interesting to watch this play out. I was hoping at one point, and maybe we can get Mike Manzoni, who was on the ground there, to maybe talk us through what some of this process is looking like as they are beginning to move out. But again, you're looking at the memorial right now for 37-year-old Alex Pretti.
Yep, that's at 26th and Nicollet. Happened just after 9 o'clock this morning. There was a targeted operation by ICE agents, Border Patrol agents who were there. It was a targeted operation. There were, as there has been at almost all of the operations by federal agents, there have been some protesters there. The whistles were going off, the horns were honking, and that kind of thing. And you do see Alex Pretti at least shooting some video. He's in the middle of the street. It's unclear what led up to the actual confrontation between agents and Pretti. There's some different angles of the actual struggle, but we're missing some key moments, seconds really, leading up to the actual shooting. So a lot to be learned still. But yeah, this happening just after 9 o'clock this morning. And then, of course, the protesters came out in droves, and it's been kind of like this all day long. But it does remain peaceful this evening. There were some concerns that as night fell, things would get kind of out of hand. I think MPD trying to make sure they don't let that happen by setting up this perimeter and such.
Yeah, we have seen the effects and the adjustments being made as well. Twins Fest, of course, was going on today. That was shut down. We also know that the Minnesota Timberwolves are playing the Golden State Warriors today. That game was supposed to be at 4:30 tonight. That was rescheduled for tomorrow, I believe, at the same time.
Right.
So many people making those adjustments after what happened here.
Yeah, and then just the people who live around there making adjustments, closing their businesses, or the residents who don't want to be part of this protest, kind of, you know, hunkering down inside their own places, their apartments or homes or whatever's around there. But then, of course, we have hundreds out there tonight. They're involved in these chants. They're lighting candles around the memorial that is there. You know, at 26th and Nicollet, it looks like, you know, a lot of candles, that kind of thing, and some signs, and I think maybe a cross remembering Alex Pretti, who was shot and killed.
And remember, it is -4 out there right now, so you can see, you know, when you can see your breath. It's just been really, really cold. We've been talking about that over the last couple of days. Been brutally cold, but people have consistently showed up. We saw thousands and thousands of protesters just yesterday downtown Minneapolis as they voiced their concerns, and we're kind of seeing that same thing here tonight.
Learning a little bit more about Alex Pretti. He was an ICU nurse. I'm reading, too, that he worked at the VA, and then the University of Minnesota, saying he was a 2011 graduate of the U from the College of Liberal Arts. And they recognize his passing, and their hearts, of course, going out to his family, who are grieving his loss, no doubt, tonight.
Yeah, and I imagine we'll learn a lot more about Alex over the next few days or so. Yeah, we have heard his family say, you know, we recently talked to him about this very thing, about protesting and just about being safe, and I can only imagine, you know, what his family is feeling right now.
Oh, no doubt, and a lot of people are feeling it. Sounds like we have Mike Manzoni, who has been on the ground for us around these protests. He's live there for us tonight around where the protest and the shooting scene has happened. Mike, what can you tell us?
Karen, we're at 27th and Nicollet, not far from where that shooting happened this morning. Several hundred demonstrators have come out here. They march this way from another area, maybe within the last 25 or 30 minutes. You can see, you can hear, they are chanting, they are holding signs, they are waving flags, holding candles, demanding that ICE leave the state. This is a loud, as you can hear, but at least for now, peaceful protest, demonstration. We were talking earlier about kind of how the mechanics of all this would play out with that exclusionary zone that the Minneapolis Police Department is going to be setting up with the help from the National Guard. About a block away off camera, I have seen several Minneapolis police squad cars, but I have not seen any National Guard members yet. We know that they will be wearing neon attire, neon vests to differentiate themselves from federal law enforcement, from federal agents, ICE, Border Patrol, those types of agents. It's unclear how long this particular demonstration will last. I have not seen any law enforcement in the immediate area or in the crowd, but at this point it doesn't seem that they need to really be involved. There were no incidents that I can see. Minneapolis Police Chief Brian O'Hara was mentioning at the news conference a couple hours ago that this morning protesters had set at least 2 fires and were throwing ice chunks and other projectiles at officers, and that is not obviously happening now. So it's quite a bit different than it was in the immediate aftermath of the shooting this morning, particularly when Border Patrol and ICE and other federal law enforcement agents were out here. But it's when you saw, if you were watching some of the tear gas and the pepper spray and the chemical irritants that they were using to kind of disperse the crowd because things were kind of getting unruly at this point. This is, of course, a large crowd, a large demonstration, a loud demonstration, a passionate one, but at this point a peaceful one. And it does seem right now as I'm watching that to the left-hand side of your screen you might be able to see looks like some of the demonstrators are now filing down West 27th Street. Not sure where they're going, if they're leaving or if they're starting to march elsewhere. Of course, we will continue to monitor things out here and update you as soon as anything changes.
Okay, yeah, that'll be interesting to watch, Mike, because, you know, although they need to leave this particular area, it'll be interesting to see if they then gather elsewhere.
Maybe back to Whittier Park.
Exactly.
Where they were earlier, yeah.
And maybe that's where they continue the protesting tonight. So, yeah, Mike, thank you for keeping an eye on that for us. Yeah, he kind of mentioned, you know, it has remained peaceful. That's what we have been hearing from some of the local officials all day today of, you know, we want this to remain peaceful. I believe MPD Chief Brian O'Hara mentioned it earlier today of don't destroy your own city.
Right.
So people have been just kind of reiterating the same sentiments.
And of course there's that fear because of the aftermath of the killing of George Floyd and, you know, the fires that followed that. We obviously don't want a repeat of that, and so local leaders are saying, you know, please, let's not destroy our own city here. Feel free to protest legally, but let's not do that. I did see the city just tweet out a short while ago, kind of notifying residents that it might not be MPD that shows up for your 911 call. And then Councilmember Latricia Vitaw tweeting out earlier or putting it on Facebook saying that New Hope, Rogers, Brooklyn Park, Robbinsdale, and Crystal police departments will all be responding to 911 calls. So I know there's a lot of outside agencies from the Twin Cities that are assisting MPD while they're dealing with the situation there at 26th and Nicollet and the National Guard coming in and that kind of thing. MPD, of course, short-staffed. They have been for years now, about 600 officers. But it sounds like, you know, vacations have been called back, overtime is warranted, and nobody has any days off right now. So they're working hard out there, Minneapolis police are, as they try to keep things calm.
Yeah, and the city of Minneapolis tweeting earlier today, a couple hours ago, saying that Minneapolis police resources are already stretched thin. These are their words, and I just want to kind of bounce off of you because this is exactly what you're saying. Minneapolis police resources are already stretched thin because of public safety disruptions federal immigration agents have caused. These are their words. Due to this, we have requested the Minnesota National Guard's help staffing in response to today's fatal shooting involving federal agents. They went on to say, to be clear, this activation comes at the request of Mayor Fry. The federal government does not have involvement in their activities. Hennepin County Sheriff's Office also requested National Guard assist. at the Whipple Federal Building to fill additional offer shifts. They did mention, I did want to mention this part, the city's website has various resources for food, rental assistance, legal resources, and any resources for health matters as well.
And right now we are seeing a live picture of the scene or the area where Alex Pretti was shot this morning. You can see, it looks like there's a lot of branches around the area, kind of creating sort of a perimeter there. And then a lot of candles are still being placed there. You see people bending over, placing candles, placing flowers. There's a kind of a sign, a memorial. It looks like maybe a cross as well. And folks are chanting around there. So if there is a crowd moving, these folks here aren't part of it at this point.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting too. And I'm sure there might be, because Alex Pretti was a Minneapolis resident. So who's to say there aren't, you know, loved ones out there, friends, family members, but you can see just a large crowd, as we have seen pretty much consistently throughout today, of showing their support in protest, and you can see them lighting candles right now.
Concerning as they're putting those candles by all those branches. Yeah. So everybody be careful out there. But yes, many things being placed in and around that area, remembering Alex Pretti, who we recently learned was a 2011 U of M grad from the Liberal Arts College, but currently he was an ICU nurse, and he's, you know, very missed and loved by his family at this point, who is grieving. His father said that he had just warned him to be careful if you're heading out to these protests, which he had been at over the last few days. We got quite a crowd out there right now.
Yeah, we've also learned that he devoted his life, is what they say, for caring for veterans as well. We have not learned, and we may or may not learn much about the Border Patrol agent involved in this shooting. No name, no background. All we know is that he had been with the Border Patrol for about 8 years, and that they say that he is highly trained.
Highly trained, yeah, so 8 years, but we don't exactly know what highly trained means. So we hope to learn that as well. Just so many questions that we are really hoping to get answers for, and I've said this, you know, throughout the day. It's much easier to get answers from our state and local leaders, you know, on the ground here, and even people who are witnesses out there. But we're trying to get more information from DHS and Border Patrol about exactly what went down or why that agent fired his gun. So we hope to learn more, if not tonight, tomorrow, and the days to come as well.
And hopefully there will be some sort of common ground at this point, right? You can think of the last, I mean, this is the third shooting in a month. The first one, January 7th, that was Renee Good's death. January 14th, we had the shooting involving an ICE agent. A man was shot in his leg. And today we have this. So I think there are a lot of people probably at this point wanting something to be done, and where you know, the two sides just kind of come together at this point.
Right. We've had a couple of Republican lawmakers even commenting that, you know, hey, we need a pause here. Let's kind of pause the enforcement, come together, try to figure this thing out. This isn't sustainable. What's happening right now. You know, you have more and more people coming out, more and more people getting angry, getting very passionate about ICE conducting an operation here and wanting them out of our city. And then, of course, you have the administration pushing back, you know, talking about their agents' lives being in danger because of some of these protesters. And we have seen things thrown at agents. You know, I saw it with my own eyes, you know, frozen water bottles, some other things. I know the police chief came out today and he said when his team responded today, they had things thrown at them and had to get out of there. You know, it wasn't safe for them. So everyone asking for the protesters to be peaceful, rally, you know, exercise your rights, but just simply do it peacefully without throwing things at people that could be potentially dangerous.
And yeah, and from what we have seen the last few hours, it has been peaceful. This is exactly what we have been seeing for the last few hours or so. We hear, you know, people chanting, we see the signs, we see people lighting the candles and that growing memorial. So it seems like, you know, people are understanding that portion of we want to remain peaceful. And it may just be the fact that, you know, they have seen so much of what has gone on in the last month. Is like, you know, you're just tired. You just want to voice your concerns and then go home safely. And I think that's what the sentiment is on both sides at this point.
Now, we did see some of those people kind of moving away. We presumed that was the perimeter being set up, but that seems to have stopped for now. And everybody's just still kind of standing around the area where the shooting occurred at 26th and Nicollet. So it's unclear what's going to happen as the night goes on. On if maybe there'll be more of a law enforcement presence here in the next couple of hours.
But of course, we will continue to monitor it. We have our reporters on the ground there, our photographers as well. We are going to wrap up our coverage for right now, but our next newscast begins at 9 o'clock, and of course, we will bring you the very latest. Thank you so much for joining us.
And that will be after college basketball.
Yes,
right.
after the game.
Have a good night.
Right on time. Let's send it out to Manhattan. Jason Benetti, LaFonso Ellis.
Well, guys, they've played every
Yeah, 2 days in a row. We will
ridiculous,
be
man. You know, this has been a long day. That's a long day, man. Man, see.
To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis. We do not want you here. Your stated reason for being in this city is to create some kind of safety, and you are doing exactly the opposite. People are being hurt. Families are being ripped apart. Long-term Minneapolis residents that have contributed so greatly to our city, to our culture, to our economy are being terrorized, and now somebody is dead. That's on you. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.